This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation is creating a sustainable tomorrow all citizens can enjoy equal digital world, striving to make Seoul a city for charming city companions. First strategy towards Smart City Seoul. Research and analyze digital policies together with experts. Seoul Digital Foundation is carrying out policy studies on digital transformation, inclusion, and future issues. Seoul Digital Foundation is helping decision-making process of Seoul City based on data analysis and analyzes latest trends of AI and big data technologies for cities' innovation. It also provides data administration courses for officers in public institutions to deliver innovative public services, and supports all citizens to receive big data education through EduTech Campus. Second, comprehensive digital inclusion support to close the digital gap between generations. SDF realizes smart and inclusive Seoul without any discrimination through Anywhere Support Group, our representative education program. It provides customized education toward gap settlement for digitally vulnerable groups. And SDF provides a number of citizen interactive public services with humanoid robots. Third, create ecosystem for Smart City Seoul and enhance global competitiveness of the city. SDF is operating Seoul Smart City Center for Smart City Seoul, a hub for creating innovative businesses through solution development using digital technologies and networks between cities. SDF enhances the global city competitiveness of Smart City Seoul. It also participates in significant international events for Smart City sector, supporting businesses to enter global market. Fourth, SDF designs and improves smart city services all citizens can enjoy equal digital world. A whole new world of the city. SDF promotes a culture of ethics for safe and sound use of Metaverse Seoul and develops various contents such as Meta Seoul Pet to spread the citizen activation of the platform. Finally, SDF implements services for the socially disadvantaged groups by building in augmented reality in civil infrastructure. Seoul Digital Foundation will continue to take the lead in creating the global future city, Seoul. The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation.
본 영상의 음성은 AI 오세훈 서울시장 목소리로 제작되었습니다. 목소리가 어색해도 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하세요. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 서울의 신대륙 메타버스 서울 영상 잘 보셨나요? 화면에 보이는 달걀이 무엇인지 아시나요? 여러분은 누구도 쉽게 해내지 못하는 상황에서 발상의 전환을 통해 달걀을 깨뜨려서 세운 콜럼버스의 달걀 이야기를 알고 계실 것입니다. 공공이 하기엔 불가능하다는 생각, 그 고정관념을 깨지 않으면 세울 수 없습니다. 서울시가 퍼스트 무버로서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스인 메타버스 서울을 시작하였습니다. 메타버스 서울은 시민이 만들어나가는 미래도시, 부가가치를 창출하는 기회도시, 모든 시민이 즐겨 찾는 서울시 대표 소통 채널 이 세 가지를 목표로 서울의 신대륙을 만들고자 합니다. 그리고 메타버스 서울을 통해 자유, 동행, 연결의 핵심 가치를 실현하고자 합니다. 백문이 불여일견이라고 직접 메타버스 서울을 둘러보시겠습니다. 이곳은 시민들이 메타버스 서울 저작 도구를 이용하여 직접 만든 작품들을 공유할 수 있는 전시 공간입니다. 2023년 메타버스 서울 공모전을 진행할 예정이니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다.
시장님, 회의 참석할 시간입니다. 회의실로 이동하시죠.
네, 벌써 그렇게 되었군요. 그럼 회의에 참석하기 위해 회의실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 모두 모이셨으니 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 착수부고의 발표를 맡게 된 이서울 과장입니다.
여러 참석자들이 한 곳에 모이지 않고도 프리젠테이션 자료를 공유하고 채팅이나 음성 또는 화상 등으로 의견을 나누며 회의를 진행할 수 있습니다. 실내 회의실뿐만 아니라 창의적인 아이디어가 샘솟을 수 있는 편안한 분위기에 해저나 숲속 등 자연 속 회의실도 마련되어 있습니다. 이제 회의가 끝났으니 세무 서비스를 제공하는 텍스스퀘어로 이동해 볼까요? 텍스스퀘어는 말 그대로 세무 관련 서비스를 받는 곳입니다. 바쁜 일정으로 내야 할 세금을 놓쳐서 연체료를 내는 경우가 있는데요. 간단히 챗봇을 통해 1월에 내야 할 세금이 무엇인지 찾아보겠습니다. 챗봇에서 자동차세를 연납할 수 있다고 하는군요. 이번엔 구체적으로 제가 내야 할 금액을 지방세 정보 메뉴에서 시뮬레이션 해보겠습니다. 자동차세 14만 4,690원을 납부해야 한다고 하네요. 이 외에도 3개의 층으로 이루어진 텍스스퀘어 여러 공간에서 자동차세, 부동산 취득세, 재산세 등 다양한 세금 정보를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 그럼 이번에는 저희 메타버스 서울에서 운영하는 기업 지원 서비스를 만나보러 가보겠습니다. 먼저 핀테크랩으로 가보실까요? 이제는 여의도에 위치한 서울 핀테크랩을 직접 방문하지 않고도 메타버스 서울 안에서 만나볼 수 있습니다. 실제 입주기업의 홍보부스가 어떻게 보여지는지 방문해 보겠습니다. 이곳 키오스크를 통해 원하는 기업의 홍보부스로 이동할 수 있습니다. 금융투자 관련 업체인 부엔카미노라는 기업의 부스를 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 기업 대표님이 외국인 방문객과 상담을 하고 있는데요. 저희 메타버스 서울 내의 모든 채팅 서비스는 외국어 번역 기능을 탑재하고 있어 외국인들과도 불편 없이 소통할 수 있습니다. 이외에도 서울시 기업들을 위해 운영 중인 기업지원센터도 잠시 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳에서는 오프라인 기업지원센터에 직접 방문하지 않고도 경영, 창업, 법률, 인사 등 희망하는 분야의 전문가와 문자, 음성, 화상, 채팅 및 자료화면 공유를 통해 실시간 상담을 받을 수 있습니다. 그동안 예비 창업자들이나 자문을 받고 싶어 했던 사람들도 메타버스를 통해서 손쉽게 멘토들에게 다가갈 수 있어 편리해졌습니다. 예전에는 발로 뛰어다녔는데 이제는 손가락만 움직이면 전문가 멘토들을 만날 수 있습니다. 한편 메타버스 서울에서는 청소년들이 편하게 이용할 수 있는 아바타 가상상담실을 운영하고 있습니다. 제가 직접 멘토가 되어 상담실로 들어가 보겠습니다. 어린 왕자 방에 들어오니 제가 어린 왕자가 되었네요. 이곳 아바타 가상상담실의 멘토는 꿀벌이나 어린 왕자 모습의 아바타로 등장하여 청소년들의 멘토링을 위한 서울런 멘토-멘티 상담 서비스를 제공합니다. 저기 사마겨우님이 들어오네요. 사마겨우님 환영합니다.
저는 아이돌이 되고 싶은데 엄마는 공부나 열심히 하라고 해요.
네, 사마겨우님은 아이돌이 되고 싶군요. 아이돌이 되고 싶은 사마겨우님을 만나보았습니다. 대면 상담의 부담을 느낄 수 있는 청소년들이 정서적으로 편안하게 상담할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 다음으로 민원실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 이곳 민원실에서는 120 민원 채팅 상담을 통해 기존의 음성 상담만 진행하여 발생하던 상담 사각지대를 해소하고 좀 더 쉽고 편리하게 접근이 가능하도록 운영하고 있습니다. 주민등록등본 등 7종의 행정서류도 서울지갑 앱과 연계되어 쉽게 발급받을 수 있습니다. 그러나 향후 디지털 플랫폼 정보가 실현되면 이런 행정서류를 시민들이 일일이 발급 신청해야 하는 수고도 없어질 것입니다. 여러분 혹시 서울의 명소가 어디인지 아십니까? 시민들이 뽑은 서울시의 명소 10곳을 이곳 메타버스 서울에서 만나볼 수 있는데 잠시 들렀다 갈까요? 이곳에서는 서울을 직접 방문하기 힘든 외국인들이 광화문, DDP, 한옥마을 등 서울의 10대 관광 명소를 360도 실사 영상 기반으로 탐방할 수 있습니다. 외국인들도 방문할 수 있도록 명소에 대한 영문 정보도 제공하고 있습니다. 더 나아가 올해는 외국인의 언어 설정에 맞춘 음성 안내 서비스까지 확대할 예정입니다. 자연경관을 보며 휴식을 취했으니 이제 마지막으로 서울광장으로 돌아가 보겠습니다. 이곳 책 읽는 서울광장에서는 서울시에서 발간한 전자책을 읽을 수 있습니다. 광장을 방문하신 분과 잠깐 대화를 나눠보겠습니다. 이 시민분께서는 메타버스 서울의 서울광장에서 즐길 수 있는 계절별 게임을 좋아한다고 하시네요. 지금까지 간단히 메타버스 서울을 소개해드렸는데요. 메타버스 서울은 처음 시작할 때부터 세계 많은 기관들의 관심을 받아왔고 세계도시 최초로 가상공간에서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스를 추진한 것이 높이 평가받아 타임지 2022년도 최고의 발명에 선정되기도 하였습니다. 지금까지 보여드린 메타버스 서울은 시작에 불과합니다. 현재까지는 공공 메타버스 플랫폼의 기반을 마련하는 도입의 단계였고 앞으로는 계속해서 시민이 직접 참여하고 체험할 수 있는 서비스로 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 메타버스 서울 안에서 시민과 동행하며 매력 있는 서울특별시를 만들어 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
To resolve urban issues that become more and more diverse and complicated, such as low birth rates, population aging, climate change, Industry 4.0, and COVID-19, Seoul has built a smart city infrastructure centering on convergence and linkage across latest technologies. Seoul has constructed its own municipal broadband networks to lay the foundation for the infrastructure of present-day Seoul as a smart city. We have constructed 5,048 kilometers of long citywide fiber optic broadband networks that connect district offices and community service centers for various administrative affairs, website operations, and intelligent CCTV services. We have installed more than 28,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around Seoul to protect citizens' fundamental right to broadband and close the digital divide. In addition, we are building IoT networks in pursuit of people-oriented policies, such as smart mobility and safety services for the mobility impaired. On a closer look, there are small devices attached to smart CCTV systems installed across Seoul. These devices have sensors that gather 17 types of information, such as levels of particulate matter, de facto population, noise and illumination, helping real-time collection, distribution and analysis of data for more than 1,100 spots throughout Seoul. This information enables us to identify diverse urban phenomena and prepare data-based policies that enable people-oriented policies. Seoul collects data generated by various administrative information systems in its integrated big data storage and utilizes the gathered data in various ways. We operate Seoul Open Data Plaza to provide the public with data that is in high demand by citizens, while also operating a big data campus to foster future experts actively promoting public-private partnerships by expanding enterprise-linked big data governance and aiding data-based policy decision-making using big data analysis results.
서울시는 엄청나게 많은 데이터들이 매일 생산되고 그리고 그것들이 저장되고 있습니다. 이 저장된 데이터는 전문가 그룹과 이 부분에 대한 데이터를 이용할 수 있도록 제공도 하고 앱이나 웹 그리고 어떤 분석, 연구에 대해서 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 또 저희의 주요 시정 정책을 데이터를 이용해서 어떤 식으로 나아가야 될지에 대해서 분석하고 활용하는 데 이용하고 있습니다.
Seoul has introduced artificial intelligence, the key driver of Industry 4.0, to its municipal administration to promote innovation and e-governance. Seoul Talk is an AI-powered chatbot that automatically provides answers to citizens' inquiries about administrative information for Seoul, such as passport issuance, Dareungi bike share program, and COVID-19. Seoul Talk also receives civil complaints, including reports of illegal parking, requests for disinfection and garbage collection, and offers reservation functions for public services, such as for public football fields and meeting rooms. Soroan is a video conference system that offers video conferencing services via PC or smartphone without any restriction of time and place. Its AI-powered minute logging system automatically converts speech to text. Seoul's sewage defect detection system uses AI technology to find faults in sewer pipes to manage the city's infrastructure. Compared to the existing methods of manually checking video footage of every sewer pipe with the naked eye, this system will increase work efficiency by processing large data in a short time and enable preemptive measures to prevent safety incidents. SMAP is a 3D map platform that integrates all spatial information across Seoul. It supports municipal administration by simulating various urban spatial information, such as housing, transportation, and environment, and provides information related to everyday life in Seoul, including for major tourist attractions, VR walking tours, and drone video footage of small alleys by virtually recreating topography, structures, indoor facilities, and underground spaces, just as in the real world, and recreating solar access, views, skylines, and wind paths. Since COVID-19, there has been an increase in cybersecurity risks with the rise in technology-mediated online services. S-Security is an administrative service designed to prevent security breaches for IT assets and infrastructure of Seoul, and protect citizens' personal data. To this end, Seoul is operating the Seoul Cybersecurity Center, a cybersecurity control tower, aiming to reinforce the cybersecurity control systems of all government institutions throughout the city and build an AI-integrated security control system designed to prevent data breaches and infringement of privacy, thereby establishing a safe and reliable data ecosystem.
서울의 스마트 도시 정책들은 따로따로 추진되는 게 아닙니다. 서로 연결되고 공유되는 데서 혁신이 일어나고 또 그게 플랫폼의 성장으로 이어지는 구조가 중요한데요. 스마트 서울 플랫폼을 통해서 교통이나 환경 등 다양한 도시 문제를 빠르고 정확하게 해결하고 여성안심 기가, 아동 실종 방지, 이동약자 안전 서비스 등 시민의 일상에서 체감할 수 있을 정책들도 적극적으로 추진해 나가겠습니다.
Now, Seoul is recognized as a smart city that changes the lives of its citizens, going beyond being one of the best e-governments in the world. A city that continuously advances through strengthening urban competitiveness. A city that ensures the happiness of every citizen through solidarity with the disadvantaged. Meet Seoul.
We are going to begin day 2 of 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum. I would like to welcome all of you, and my name is Cho Jin-kyung, the MC of today's event. It's a great pleasure to be here. So we are reaching the year end, so you must have a busy schedule, but still we have many guests present here. So let me express my gratitude and sincere welcome to all of you. 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum is a regular international forum jointly organized by University of Seoul, Seoul Metropolitan Government, Seoul Institute, and Seoul Digital Foundation. And this year we are joined by Statistics Korea as a special organizer. The 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum will bring together Ilya Poluskin, co-founder of Near Protocol and author of Attention is All You Need, which revolutionized the large-scale language models, and Kim Yoo-won, CEO of Naver's hyperscale AI and big data business, Professor Wei Jie-soo, winner of the 2022 American Mathematical Statistics Society Peter Hall Young Scientist Award from the University of Pennsylvania, and outstanding researchers from University of Seoul, Seoul Institute, Seoul Digital Foundation, and Seoul Metropolitan Government, as well as Statistics Korea, to discuss the future of big data, AI, and cities. This year's event is organized by University of Seoul as an executive host under the theme of Seoul Innovation Vision, powered by big data and AI. And in session number 3, we will talk about big data and innovation in public sectors where big data and AI are utilized. And after the presentations, we will have a discussion with Mr. Choi Jun-young as the chair. So let me invite the first speaker, Mr. Won-jae Lee, who is Big Data from Seoul Metropolitan Government. Please welcome the speaker with a big hand.
Hello everyone. I am Lee Won-jae. I'm a big data analyst at the Seoul Metropolitan Government. It is my honor to be the very first speaker of today. And I hope you can relax and enjoy my presentation. My topic today is leveraging real-time big data to transform city services. First, I would like to introduce Seoul's real-time urban data, followed by public cases utilizing real-time urban data, and then I want to introduce future services utilizing real-time data. For major places, we collect open data real-time. You can see all kinds of real-time data like weather and the road conditions and traffic. And also, we do have a platform to open all these data called the Seoul Open Data Plaza. And also, visualization helps our citizens understand better. I would like to introduce some of our data, and this is a screenshot of our mobile information. This is the area called Yeouido, filled with lots of landmarks like financial institutes, broadcasting companies, and the National Assembly. This was measured at around 1:40 p.m. on Wednesday. If you look at this, the population is about 155,000 to 160,000. And this is a crowded time. And the population congestion is marked as busy. And the time is marked as 14 hours. We could predict number of population within 12 hours. Other than that, we can see some temperature information, traffic information, and all the surveillance camera footage can be also checked according to this data. So it says it's busy time, And by utilizing the telecommunication service providers' information, we can predict the population congestion. You can also check the weather like humidity and wind. Let me go into more in detail. As I mentioned, we are based on the information from the telecommunication service provider, and within 12 hours, we can make predictions. And it goes by the male and female. There are about 53% of male and 47% of female, and most populations are in their 30s, followed by 40s and 20s, as this is like a working area. And as this is like a business area, most people came from somewhere else, which is about 63.5%. Other than that, I mentioned that we have a weather information. You can see the UV ray information, or for example, this UV index says moderate, and it says that you can be exposed to sunlight for 2 to 3 hours, which can cause a sunburn. And also, it shows the air pollution status. And if you have a sensitive skin or body condition, you have to be careful. So these are all useful for the city's citizens. And rather than providing all this information throughout the whole Seoul area, we usually select the key locations that people might be interested more. For example, Myeongdong, Hongdae, and these are like tourism area or cultural heritage sites like Deoksugung and Gyeongbokgung. And we have lots of parks like Han River Park, and also developed commercial areas are our interest. And we also have major subway station areas like Gangnam Station and Hongdae Station, which we would like to provide real-time data. And these are some API measure items, and we have roughly 5 categories. First, real-time population, and that shows the congestion of the places. Next, road traffic status, to see if there are any accidents or any strikes, or electric vehicle charging stations locations can be provided. Third is traffic status. So it's that includes road communication status and accident and traffic control status. And this year, we added cultural events information. Any cultural events hosted by the Seoul Metropolitan Government can be checked based on our data. So the most important part is that we provide open AI data through API. So we have about 172 items in the 5 categories to provide open data. And because these are categorized, many people can do search at a time, and I believe that's helpful for our citizens. And I want to summarize what I just mentioned. So in 113 places of the key locations, we provided all kinds of data like traffic, weather, and the congestion. And based on our prediction model, we can provide 12-hour prediction on an open data platform called Seoul Open Data Plaza. Doesn't matter if you are like a non-profit or profit organizations, you can easily utilize this data because it's free of charge for access. This is what we've done until last year, and now I would like to talk about some public cases that utilizes real-time urban data this year. First, in the safety sector, and I am sure that you are well aware about this Itaewon incident in Korea. So that raised the awareness of the real-time safety data. So at the Seoul Fire and Disaster Headquarters, they do have the Advanced Disaster Response Integrated Digital Platform. And They also send real-time data to those who are dispatched to the sites so that they can prevent or deal with the post-accident issues. And we are still in the course of establishing this system. And the all autonomous districts like Yongsan-gu or Songpa-gu have the surveillance cameras to double check the crowdness of the areas. And I want to provide more details now. This is a case of Yongsan-gu district of Seoul. From the stations of a telecommunication service providers, we collected data, and then you can see the alarm or notification. So by 50 by 50, this sends us the notification, meaning that there's some congestion in that area. And once you have the notification, you double check the surveillance cameras around there, and then you do the auto mapping to double check whether that event actually happened. And then the Yongsan-gu district office can double check, and then they can place an order for the fire stations or police station to double check for the area. And based on the telecommunication service provider's information, we can tell how pedestrians are moving around in this area. It is hard to show you very detailed, but I just did a screen capture. And if you look at the little dots, this shows the real-time congestion. So on 3D map, we have this visualization, and we put some conditions like whether it's at weekdays or weekends or the time zone. And also, if you look at this crosswalk, there are a lot of people moving around as you see the red dots around the area. And then we can even order some request to the subway station to make all these trains just pass by. And this is another case of a crowd congestion in Hongdae Street. And this is like an area for young people. We have about 3 rough circles, and the top circle shows where subway station is. And if you look at the main road, which is in the center, and we have some notification devices, or you can check the path of these pedestrians. And this is mainly for the traffic control of pedestrians. Or we can also control the traffic of vehicles. Next, the utilization in tourism. We do have a real-time data for tourism, which a lot of organizations can utilize. And as I mentioned, you can have an app on your mobile. And also, Seoul Tourism Organization has a website, and they do have a beta version of a tourism information app. Some apps are in Korean, but we are now working on the English translation of the app. And some places very famous places like Gwanghwamun Square also provides the real-time data. And as I mentioned, these data are all open data, and any private sectors can apply this real-time data on their app. Last but not least, future services that utilizes real-time data from next year and onward. As we developed our systems, we started to be interested in digital twin. If you often use data or utilize data, I am sure you may wonder what kind of data digital twins have. If you look at this screen, 3D map or the road information, these are some of the master data that doesn't change often, but we want to make this data more dynamic, like a real-life information That's what digital twin wants. So instead of registered a number of citizens, you're more interested in the actual population movement and mobility, and maybe how many public bikes are available right now, or how strong the wind is. And these are all real-time information that we want to apply to digital twins so that the digital twin can be more realistic. So next year, we want to add more data. First, we want to link information on construction of mobility facilities for transportation for vulnerable population. So at the subway station, sometimes the elevators are broken or escalators are broken or being fixed. And we do have some open data for that, but we want to widely promote this information for the vulnerable population. And also we want to link information for the small-scale cultural events. And as you saw, that cases of Hongdae, we have a intelligent type of system. And if we can show the real-time mobility or movement of the pedestrians, we should be able to find how many people are at each location. Last but not least, we want to collaborate with the private sector's real-time information. Some IT services are from the private sectors, and they are creating a lot of real-time data. And what we are concerning right now is the real-time information for commercial areas. So if you look at this, I just mentioned that the Yeouido area, and that's a total business area, and this graph shows the real-time product sales volume of a sales of Americano, and we are testing this integration. And the finance industries can also apply to the real-time data. For example, to wait for the bank teller, you have to get the ticket, and that could be some real-time data that can usefully use real-time data. So we all categorize all those data. We think the citizens may find it interesting, but we need more collaboration with the private sector. So in terms of the commercial areas, like a cafe, restaurants, or other facilities, will have a useful information regarding the population. Like I mentioned, at the bank, you can get a real-time data of getting a ticket for waiting. And maybe cultural venues can have this real-time data for their ticketing or reservation. And real-time signal on the road can be also utilized as a part of the urban service function, and that's what we want to support. Last but not least, I want to talk about the relations between the AI and the urban data. We cannot miss any elements of AI because we deal with a lot of data. There are a lot of definitions about artificial intelligence, but for us, artificial intelligence is a data-driven user recommendations, and it is also a user-specific data, which is useful. So including real-time data, urban data should be some sort of contents that could provide some recommendation for the users. And that includes road information, traffic information, and so on. And through AI, we could provide better information for the users. And if I continue what I just mentioned for like a fire station, maybe they have a notification from a certain area, and they may notice that there are some abnormal population there, so that they can set up the rescue plan and evacuation plan. And based on this real-time data, they can find the fastest route to get to the site. And that is not only for the fire station, maybe some tourism organizations or those who are using public transportation can find this information useful. And as you just saw, digital twin, for the any users of the virtual space. And if we can provide the digital twin of Seoul to people who are not familiar with Seoul, they could get more information of Seoul through the digital twin. Last but not least, we have individuals, we have organizations, and we have lots of urban services. And through the real-time services, we can utilize more of the AI. GIDP is about 83% in Seoul. That means that Seoul is a totally industrial or service cities, and we have lots of services in Seoul. Everything is now IT-based. For example, internet shopping, legal service, medical services are all based on IT. But for example, I have a child to raise, and they go to daycare, and the daycare use the app to provide information to the parents. So all kinds of data are now being accumulated. So as I mentioned, 84% of the industries in Seoul are based on services, and all sensors are exponentially expanding. IoT sensor, smart sensor, signal sensors are getting more and more around Seoul. So it's important to think about how to connect between the individuals and the organizations. And for that, we believe that the real-time data is very important. So as much as we can, we want to provide better services for the citizens based on the real-time data. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for a wonderful presentation. By using the real-time data, he just showed all kinds of cases regarding the status and the future urban services that Seoul can provide. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Moving on, Head of Center for Research on Statistics and Information, Ms. Mie Oh from KIHS will deliver a presentation. Please welcome the speaker with a bouquet. Good morning. My name is Oh Mie. I'm working for Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs. Today, my topic is examples of utilizing big data and AI algorithm policies in the health and welfare sector. So I will share some examples. So this is the background. So in 2014, we started the work because there was one incident in 2014 where a mother and two daughters committed suicide together. So they live in Songpagu area, and they suffer from chronic disease, and their living was troubled because their mom lost her job, and they lit a charcoal briquette and committed suicide, and it became an issue in Korea because they needed welfare service, but they couldn't. So it became a social issue in Korea. So the media and press covered this incident, and the central government thought about this matter. So what could the government do for such cases? So the government decided to utilize data to identify factors and reasons for these cases and provide relevant services. And in the end of 2014, Korea revised the National Basic Living Security Act and enacted the Emergency Welfare Support Act, and it came into force in 2015. So the process was expedited. And this act is very important because the welfare service is based on the application. So they have to apply for service to receive the service. However, after this act, even without application, the country could reach out and include them within the boundary of a welfare service. And we enacted this law in 2015. And one more thing. So the government linked data from different agencies, and that is stipulated in the act. And when you look at the enforcement decree, there are details of data from different agencies. And this system to identify a blind spot of a welfare service, it is based on resident registration system. And the basis is stipulated in this law once again. So this system is operated based on personal information. But identification of blind spots in welfare service was not new. Even in 2015, we had the talk in 2011, but we had the comprehensive service at the local government level. So local governments, so there were civil servants in charge. And for Myeon and Dong, we had one person in charge for each area, so they conducted the comprehensive survey. And later, the Ministry of Health and Welfare started to discuss the system, and starting from 2015, the system started to be operated. And the Social Security Service of Korea and my organization and one more organization started to work on this matter. And it was our research project. And Korea Social Information Service worked on the system. So we call this a social information system. And we have different agencies providing welfare services. It could be a central agency and it could be a local agency. And we need to manage information properly, and we have to build a proper record. And we also have to look at the requirement and history of application of each applicant. And that is what we call the Social Security Information System. So we have many actors, including the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. So we use diverse public data in the system. So why did I talk about this system? Because to define the concept of blind spots in the welfare service. So it could be different depending on researcher and depending on the situation. So we wanted to set the scope of welfare blind spot. And this concept, as I mentioned, so it is about the welfare service covered by the Social Security Information System. If they are missed out, they can be called the welfare blind spots. And on the site, so the system doesn't allow welfare service. However, there are some cases where they need emergency welfare. And we discussed the possibility of including those in the emergency welfare system. And what kind of data do we have to link to identify the people who fell into welfare blind spots? So we thought about this, and most of the welfare services about economic conditions. So we looked at financial conditions and employment and social psychological aspects. So we mulled over what kind of data we have to collect. And we also looked for those data. So which agency has such data? So for example, the National Police Agency has the information on crime victim, and the Ministry of Public Safety and Security has the information on fire victim and disaster victim. And from the Ministry of Employment and Labor, they provide information on jobs. And we also looked for power outage information and electricity bill information, and we also have the health insurance information. And all these data is stipulated in the enforcement decree. And we started this in 2015. So to identify welfare blind spots, we have expanded the scope of data. So as time went by, we had the wider scope of data, and in 2016, we didn't include the data on credit rating of recipients. However, we started to collect that starting from 2017. So we utilize external data, and at the same time, we use some data from the Social Security Information Service. So this is the flow chart. So we have different organizations such as KEPCO and National Health Insurance Service. And through the linkage infrastructure, we collect the data. And the collected data goes into the repository of Social Security Information Service. And this stored data goes to the specific database to become a data set for analysis. So for example, we have data of electricity bill and power outage. So for example, it is a long time ago in 2015. So we have a vast amount of data. For example, So in 2015, we had 4.6 million points of data. So we did matching with the resident registration number and other personal information. And we identified 3.6 million households who could be the potential recipient of welfare services. And we applied a predictive model we built in advance. And we selected 100,000 people out of 3.6 households. But the final number fluctuates. So it depends on the capacity of local governments, and at first it was around 100,000 people. And it differs whenever we select a recipient. So the selection process is complete in the process of analysis. And we call them identified recipient. And the local governments can find their information because we upload the data. And we also have the list of a potential recipient of welfare services in the system. And the person in charge could actually access the list directly. And based on the data, the person in charge at the local government, they could interview the potential recipient. So they look at whether they truly need the welfare service or whether they need emergency support or whether we have to exclude them from welfare service. And we also record the result of the interview. So we now have additional data of 100,000 people on whether they actually received the welfare service or not. And that information also goes into our model. So to extract 100,000 people out of 3.6 million households, we use the predictive model. and the Y value is used to build the model additionally, and this is the system in operation. So from the perspective of data, so we need data to build the model, and we need data to evaluate the model. So we distinguish these data sets. That's how we built our model. And we used predictive modeling. So based on the given data, we build a predictive model. And when we have new targets, they present the prediction of these targets. So we have a pre-built model, and we use data of 3.5 million households, and we can select 100,000 people who have a high risk. But as I repeatedly said, to apply the predictive model, we need data. And in July of 2015, the enforcement decree came into force. So we had to identify the welfare blind spot in 2015. So we had 3.5 million households data, but we didn't have the predictive model. So what we did was, so we talked to the person in charge at the local government, and we conducted a survey for them. And we looked at the actual welfare recipient, and we also looked at the unsuccessful applicants of a welfare service. And we retrieved all the data through the questionnaire. So we asked about actual cases of a power outage and electricity cut. So that's how we selected 100,000 out of 3.5 million. So at first, we didn't have a single predictive model. We used 4 models instead. So we couldn't say that one model is superior to others. However, now we are using one model, XG Booster. And the personnel at the Social Security Information Service is using this model regularly. And the reason why I brought this slide is, at an early stage, the data collection cycle was 6 months. However, now it is 2 months. So we collect the data every 2 months, and we select targets every 2 months. And we use data, so we could stabilize model after using 3 to 4 rounds of the same data. So this is included in the current model. And what about now? So Social Security Information System is being transformed into a bigger system. And I think it is an ongoing project. And we are building the next generation system. And many people will work on that up to next year. And there is another part to identify welfare blind spot. And we want to make a more sophisticated algorithm. And we want to see the weighted value depending on the area and other factors. And when we planned on this next generation system, and before the Social Security Information selected 100,000 candidates. However, we would like to change the system where local governments can directly look at people who are experiencing power outage because of the delayed payment of electricity bill. And they can look at the data directly, and they can look at the data from the Suicide Prevention Center. So the actor would be local government in the future. And we have different situations in different areas. And some areas have many senior citizens, and some areas have more rental unit public housing. So if we include these variables, I believe that we will have a more sophisticated model to select the final targets. So I talked about the system to identify welfare blind spot, and this is another sad news about child abuse. So we have had a series of child abuse cases in 2015 and 2016. So now that we have the system to identify welfare blind spot, we wanted to use the data to find out the child abuse cases. So we had an internal discussion, and in 2016, we started the research on that. And in 2016, 2017, so we started a pilot project, and the main program started in 2018. So in the past, it was called E-Child Happiness Support System. However, it has changed name. And in 2020, we discontinued this program. And during that area, during the time frame, we had another child abuse case in Changneong. So this is the news article. And this child was actually the target of the system. But because of COVID-19, we couldn't conduct face-to-face investigation. And we couldn't identify and prevent this case. So from July to September 2020, we carried out a comprehensive investigation of children at risk of abuse. And we use this system to find out the signals to identify the children at risk. And some of the indicators include the children who are absent from school for a long time and who miss out medical checkup. So these could be the signals of potential risk of child abuse. So we linked these data. And just like the system for welfare blind spot, we built the predictive model so that we could identify the potential child abuse victims. And we provide data to local governments, and the local governments pay a visit to their households. And we identify a welfare demand and the signal of child abuse. And there is one more important factor here. So we manage cases. So whenever we detect child abuse cases and provide services, we have to provide follow-up services, which is quite important. So these are the considerations for the system. And it is different from the welfare blind spot system. So it doesn't have many candidates. And because civil servants should pay a visit to the households, so it is difficult and takes a long time. And it is related to human resources. So when we had a pilot project in 2017, so we selected about 13,000, but the service recipient was 620 children, and the actual report of child abuse cases were 6. And there has been active criticism on these two systems, and one is whether the policy is effective. So the identification rate is between 20 and 30% for welfare blind spot, and for child abuse identification, there is a small number of actually found child abuse cases. However, this is inevitable. However, from the data perspective, the input is a vast amount of data, but the result is minimal relatively. And some people say that the model should be advanced and sophisticated to detect children at risk. Do we have proper data points? And there are some human rights related issues as well. So we have multiple issues. However, still, the children at risk identification system is still in operation. And another point I would like to mention is re-abuse cases. So the red line is the proportion of re-abuse cases in the United States, and the blue line represents Korea. And is it that low? This could be another issue. And we want to prevent re-abuse cases. So in that case, this data is stored in the National Child Abuse Information System. So we have data on the children who were abused, and when there is a report, we leave a record what kind of abuse was initiated. So if we combine this data with the system to identify the potential victim of child abuse, we could build a comprehensive system, and we have been conducting research for the past 2 to 3 years. It is still ongoing. So I shared 3 cases today, and the last case is undergoing research, and some of the cases are covered by a pilot project, and we can specify this matters to Seoul City, so that Seoul City could build its own system. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. By utilizing big data, there are some ways to help the vulnerable populations, and that was a topic of the presentation. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Deputy Director Woo Chang-gyun from Statistics Research Institute Data Science Team. Let's welcome him with a big hand. Hello everyone. As introduced, my name is Woo Chang-gyun from the Statistics Research Institute Data Science Team. After listening to various presentations yesterday and today, I've learned a lot. Today, maybe I will touch more upon on the public areas by utilizing and applying AI. So, what are some AIs that can be applied to statistics? And I believe that even if you majored in statistics, statistical classification is not familiar, but it is an important topic for your work, and that is why I did my research on that. And today I would like to share my research details. I am a computing member of the government agency. My major was computer science. So I try to explain things in an easier way. So this is my table of contents, and first I want to talk about why the statistical classification is important. Second, what other collaborations have been done. Third, some of our projects will be introduced. and what are some implications from these projects? That's my topic today. First, background. I've looked up some legal grounds, although I usually don't do it in my work. And according to Article 22, the administrator of a statistics Korea shall prepare and publish a standard classification of industries, occupations, disease causes, etc. Also, in the same article, the head of the statistical organization shall comply statistics in accordance with the standardized classification. We have a department regarding standardization. And Statistics Korea as an agency provides statistics. So we are the statistical organization, so we have to follow the standardization of a classification. There are various standard industrial classification, but KSIC is often used. And this is designed to ensure the accuracy and comparability of industry statistics. April 1964 was when this has been established. And as you just saw in the legal ground, this is based on the International Standard Industrial Classification recommended by the UN. And we have a total of 5 stages. Right now, it's in the middle of the amendment, and now we are using the 10th edition, and we have about 495 subclassification and 1,196 subclassification. So some of the statistics use the subclassification, and other are using subclassification. And also, this statistics standard classification is used for statistical surveys, qualifications to move into industrial complex, qualifications to participate in public procurement bidding, and etc. I've changed some of the data on the right table. Some of the data were actually conducted through our survey. And based on this data, we actually classify with the code. And first one, the company name is called Line, and they are the IT company. If you think of Line, you can think of Naver. Portal, internet services can be provided by this company. But second one, it is called a Bo1. But by the name, you can't realize what kind of business Bo1 does. So without professional knowledge, there's no way you will figure out. Next one is TO+. And if you think of what they do, it is basically English 학원 or private lessons or private school of teaching English. So if some companies' names are in English, we have to do the manual classification because there's no way you will find out what the company is about. Next one is Brotech. And Brotech is actually the Russian company with a Russian name. So we couldn't do the systematical classification. We had to do the manual classification. Then how much does this classification get used? This is some of the coding system we already had, and there are about 31 surveys. They use these subcategories. So if we have a census, usually we have about 20 million cases, but when we don't have a census, those years have about 10 million cases for coding or classification. Then why do we need this classification? If we select some items for the statistics, it's already formatted as a data. However, for the job creation, job description, and it is hard to categorize them. For example, if you remember those days using OCR for your test, we can use a machine to calculate the score right away. However, this is possible because it is basically true or false questions, but this classification requires a lot of input. And after COVID-19, well, before COVID-19, we used to have those people physically visiting home. But even after COVID-19, it was harder for these survey workers to go to individuals' households. So usually we can get some answers from the survey if we use a mobile or internet services. But sometimes these are not like a multiple choices questions, and it's harder for us to collect this data. And after collecting this data, even if we collect the data, it's hard to classify. That's why we want to introduce this classification. To use AI, the most important part was a budget. As we are the government agency, we have to get approval by the Ministry of the Finance, and we had to go through ISP. We had to do some briefing sessions, and it would take usually 2 to 3 years to get a proper budget. But it was hard for us to go through that conventional budget process. So we started to participate in the Digital Public Service Transformation Project. And this is a project to provide some subsidies for the government projects. We were able to get 1.5 billion Korean won if we become a part of the project. But here, important part is technology. We need a statistics-specific technologies which didn't exist in Korea. There were some in overseas, but because they are all written in English, so we had a hard time. Then at Statistics Korea, last year, we did a contest to develop artificial intelligence model that automates the industrial classification using the provided data. The award was 8 million won. It was not big, but about 395 teams participated for the contest. And according to our analysis, there were very good algorithms presented. So some of them were actually mounted on our system. Next, international collaborations. From 2019, there have been some research groups to utilize machine learning in official statistics. So through AI, we could modernize our statistics. And where are some priority areas that we should apply AI? And a lot of people said that the coding and classification needs a most support. Why? Because as I mentioned, we just followed the UN's guidelines, and there were some answers from the survey that requires some time and human effort. So we worked with the UNECE, and after that, with the UK's ONS, we had a collaboration for 2 years since 2019. In Canada and US, they already have a lot of programs utilizing AI and big data for statistics, and we had a great support from them. Next, introduction of some of our projects. Why do we do these projects? Is to reduce the needed manpower for coding. That was a main cause. CEO Kim Yoo-won of Naver Cloud Corporation also mentioned yesterday. So we just wanted to provide a decent service for the statistics classification, which can reduce a lot of effort and time by manpower. Also, we want to increase the speed of coding and increase the accuracy of our results. Last but not least, we just wanted to expand to the other text classifications, and we believe that this project can contribute to that. So starting from last July to this year, January, we started this project, and the budget was about 1.54 billion Korean won. The main purpose of this project is to build AI classification models that support 5 surveys. That includes census employment survey by region, national business survey, construction industry survey, and online shopping trend survey. And also to support 5 statistical classifications, we tried to help the occupational classification and the construction order classification and etc. And to collect data, we asked for help from various government departments. And there were some privacy-based data which we had to classify. And after filtering, we saved it on our database, and we try to decide whether this can be available for the machine learning. We do have some system called Narastet, and by preparing a data pipeline, we can directly extract any data or statistics from a Narastet. So to do so, we have established the pipeline from Narastet. When we do the data analysis, biggest characteristic was that there is a big bias analysis. Some data are large and other data are very small depending on the areas, but it was inevitable. For example, according to occupational classification, there are some industries that have a lot of workers and other areas don't have a lot of workers. And when we established this data set, Robota model was applied because that didn't require as much specification as a GPT. So that could still cover 95% of our data. As I mentioned, as these data are biased, and to respect that bias, we established a data extraction plan for building training, verification, and evaluation. And here we concern the distribution. So to get balanced from the data bias, we wanted to reduce as much bias as possible. And we adopted data augmentation to enhance that functions. And there were 3 methodologies we used. First, random swap. Usually you change the location of a data to enhance the data augmentation, but going beyond, we wanted to establish the dictionary of the data, and then we randomly extract the data from the dictionary, and we leverage multiple words to augment the number of the small data up to 500. And the second one is random deletion. So randomly we deleted some data items, and the third we used GPT-3 to create some data. In 2022 we established this system, and back then nobody knew GPT. Nobody was interested in GPT, and we had to explain if people don't know about GPT. But it's little over 1 year, and anyone knows GPT. And we just thought back then we needed to use some lightweighted program like GPT. And that's why we adopted GPT-3. And based on the small data classification, we use this GPT-3. And after analyzing the accuracy, we apply that all to the data, and we went into the data augmentation. If there is a decrease in data, we went through the learning again to create a trained data. And based on this established data, we did a modeling. And then we adopted a natural language processing. We use Robota because it's a Korean language. XML Robota was used for English documentation or data. And we also applied a pre-trained language model for the stat domain. About 500,000 cases were established as a dataset. And we also applied the BERT system. If you look at the right side, this is done by Ilya Polosky, and this is cited from his paper called "Attention is All You Need." This paper is very famous, and it was great opportunity to see him in person yesterday. And because we have already data set, we had a supervising model. And once we input some statistics, and we can do a word tokenization, and we try to create the statistics classification that we need. And because we are using pre-trained language, we did the fine-tuning. Usually, originally it is like one-to-one matching, but our model is hierarchical. So we had to use HiBot. And previously mentioned, we had some statistics based on AI. That's what we used. And when we did the test, it didn't make a big difference with existing models. But when we actually provided services, it made a huge difference. And that's how we apply this to our system. We had 4 stages for subcategory classifications. And next is training and verification. When we make the machine trained, we had to make sure there's an overbeating or underbeating. And in between, we stop training, and we have to save the hyperparameter. And we could do early stopping systematically, so that system can optimize this condition. And hyperparameters were all saved on our system. And if we believe that the previous data is better, we could pull it out from our system. And for our test, we have established some evaluation and criteria and test plan. And we try to decide this model is functional better than the previous one, and also decided whether it should be done by AI or it should be still done by the human being. And we also help the other organizations to decide whether some work are done by AI or done by human. We have a lot of modeling. We have about 80 to 90% of a performance depending on the modeling. And the performance is significantly better than before. And data augmentation and a lot of methodologies were applied to enhance the performance. These are some achievements. And thanks to the Ministry of Science and ICT, and their support of a budget, we were selected as a best practices for ICT convergence projects in 2022, which was very meaningful for us. And within Statistics Korea, we were also selected as a best practice for active administration. And on September 13th this year, the government released the National AI Routinization Action Plan. And Statistics Korea's task was selected as a best practices, which is assumed to help citizens' daily routine. And the Ministry of Science and ICT selected us. These are some implications based on our projects. And by using these models, we run our system, and we found some areas to improve. If you look at the red side, it's from 2022. Accurate accuracy is shown here, and the blue part is for the retraining of a model and continuous learning in order to improve the performance. In the past, we just leave what is being done well as it is, but we needed to work on some part that needs improve. And we could actually double check the achievement. And after this project, I believe that this partial application of AI can greatly increase the efficiency in statistical classification. Also, this was surprising, but Statistics Korea within the agency is an ideal environment for AI. I've been working for Statistics Korea for long, but I didn't realize that. AI has been emphasized widely, and everyone knows that there should be a good learning data, and by labeling, you should create a good data for learning or training. But because we are statistical organizations and we need to work on a lot of review of data, and we often do the data, and then our workforce are well skilled for the reviewing the data. So I believe Statistics Korea can create some synergy effect of the AI classification. And we are optimized for supervised learning. And for labeling, there are some human factors involved, which Statistics Korea can play a pivotal role. And I believe based on this fact, we can create more achievement. And also, it is necessary to introduce MLOps. And we had about 10 categories. And we firstly had set up our goal to create these categories. But once we categorize all this data, we can't just get involved in each and every category. That's why we were thinking of the MLOps. And this year, it's already a story of yesterday. So I believe we need to collaborate with other organizations to advance MLOps. And cooperation is important because it's a rapid changing field. And that wraps up my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. To improve the statistical classification, Statistics Korea had applied some methodologies related to AI. Thank you very much. And now we are about to have the last presentation of session 3.
So the presenter is Ms. Sumaya Bendao from UN News Center. Please welcome the speaker with a weekend.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me for this very interesting event. So I will be presenting today research that we have conducted with UN Habitat. So I will start by briefly presenting my unit. So I'm working at UNUI-Gov. UNUI-Gov is United Nations University. It's a special university that is basically focusing on research. It's a think tank, and it's dedicated to bridge between research and practice and consulting, conducting as well capacity building for member states, but also supporting other UN agencies in research and consulting. So we are basically a research partner for all the other UN agencies and for member states. So this research has been conducted in relationship with two agencies, which is UN Habitat and also IDRC. So IDRC is an international development research in Canada, a research center in Canada that is funding the research. And UN Habitat is the UN agency specialized in settlements and smart cities and all what is related to urban planning globally. So this study, just to give you an idea about the background, it's a global assessment that we have conducted the last months, collecting data from different cities worldwide, basically to understand and study in depth how cities are using AI and providing support and policy recommendation for city managers on how to implement, govern, and use responsible AI. And I will come back to the definition of responsible AI later. So it's a technical support in terms of research to identify the opportunities and the different constraints to leverage AI for people-centered smart cities. So basically, with UN Habitat, we have this perspective or the study of people-centered smart city. It's guidelines that we are developing now for a few years, since 2016. And the next global assessment will be about people-centered smart city for defining a guideline. So this presentation will be focusing on the results. So we just recently finished the study. We have in exclusivity the results of the study, and the publication of the study will be is under review now, and it will be published probably in December. So in this, the research objective basically are to assess the opportunities and constraints and challenges related to the leveraging of AI in people-centered smart city by considering the fundamentals of service design and how it applies to the AI field, putting in the center the human side of the smart city. So we realized in this study basically a situation analysis, observing what is happening worldwide in the use of AI by cities. And we, based on this analysis of the current situation, we have collected all the information related to what are the capacities and needs gap for supporting cities in implementing or adopting or governing AI. So the research report includes different aspects. First of all, an overview of the current situation landscape in cities. There is also a repository of case studies. So we collected around 70 case studies and different other case studies. More in-depth, we have 5 in-depth case studies in the report. We have provided as well an in-depth reflection on the use of AI in cities to identify what are the different dimensions of responsible AI in city. And we have advanced the related AI implication. And this is in pair with the effort of the UN for the global governance of AI. So probably you are aware that UN have been requested to support a global governance of AI. And this report is providing like input for kind of informing the global governance based in the city governance and to have informed, because the city are very important because they are the closest to the citizens. So based on that, we can inform global governance. So we have here in this report different aspects. So the methodology of the report is based on the approach. So we have a 4-step approach in the research. So we started by a global survey. We distributed the survey worldwide in different cities, supported by different partners, whether it's a regional UN agency or a local UN agency that have helped us to distribute and disseminate worldwide the survey. We have, our survey, we have focused on 4 dimensions. One of them is the EGDI, so which is the Digital Government Index. So the EGDI is published every 2 years by UNDESA, and we classified this EGDI in 3 different categories, and these different categories are covering different level of progression in digitalization of the government and public service, whether it's at the national level or at the global level. The second level is the to make sure that we are covering globally is also the indication classification by the World Bank of the different level of revenue. So we have low countries revenue, low to moderate country revenue, moderate to high revenue, and high revenue countries. And also by region, so by continent, and most of the data here will be presented by division on the continent. So the 5 continents are covered. So this is a mixed method. So in our mixed method, we have adopted a quantitative and a qualitative approach. And we have an AI, we have respected the AI, people-centered smart city, and we have developed an analytical framework, as you see in the right side, covering different aspects. First of all, the governance of AI and partnership, which is one of the main dimensions of responsible AI. Secondly, what we call the B Core. In the B Core, we have the benefits, the challenges, the opportunities, and the risks of using AI at the city level. And finally, the capabilities. So what are the capabilities needed for implementing responsible AI? Based on the analysis, in-depth analysis of the 5 dimensions, whether it's on case study or through the global survey, we have identified what are the capacity and needs gap to be able to inform the responsible AI. And this is to support and contribute to the different sustainable development goals. Here we have cited and identified 6 different sustainable development goals, and we wanted to verify if they are supported really by, through the city analysis or not. So we have the SDG 8, SDG 9, SDG 10, 11, 16, and 17 that I will come back to it later. In the survey. So our analysis or the global survey have covered different regions. So the response rate was not as high as we were expecting it. We were able to secure 118 complete survey. And we have covered 70 surveys worldwide in all the continents, targeting different cities, sometimes several cities by countries, and sometimes just one city by country. So coming to the results. So in terms of results, we have divided these results according to the framework that I have presented earlier. So just to give you an overview, the first dimension is the context. This is what we have identified as one of the most important dimensions, which is an overview of the context analysis. So in the context, we have noticed that successful AI adoption in cities depended on various contextual factors. So among the factors, governance, structure, practice, culture, and workflows are crucial for AI implementation. We have also noticed that AI adoption is tailored to each city unique vision and development goals. Those are among the important results. So in terms of motivation, it's clear from the graph that there is a very high interest from cities and municipalities to implement AI worldwide, whether it's in Africa, you see the light blue in the first graph that are very high. Just to give you a slight information, Oceania is not very representative because we didn't have enough responses from Oceania. So sometimes you find it as an outsider, very high responses is just because we have just 2 cities that have responded to Oceania. In terms of motivation, there is different dimensions that have been identified as extremely important. One of them is the perception in terms of benefits expected from the technology. So cities have a very high expectation in terms of benefits from the city. The second one, most motivated aspect from most of the city is really to reduce cost and to be supported in terms of automation of the process for 60%. And then we have one of the highest use of AI, as we have seen the presentation this morning, is really related to public service delivery, whether it's for health, whether it's for the city, whether it's supporting with the chatbots and answering to the citizens. So this is one of the highest use or motivation to implement AI. So there is also a priority on developing AI strategy. So far, at this, I'm talking about local level, there is not much city that have developed their own strategy or their own governance. This is one of the findings. Also, the public awareness is not really high concerning the use or implementation of AI, even if some cities are planning or implementing or piloting, the public awareness is not following the step of the government. And there is a very high request for exemplary use cases available, so cities can inspire by using AI. And we had seen today very interesting cases of use of AI in the city of Seoul. So the other dimension related to the context, we have observed that there is sorry, I think I missed one slide. We have observed that there is a very high status of AI implementation. So in terms of AI implementation, there is particularly a use of AI pilot and implemented in city for 65%. Planned initiatives are important in emerging economies, so for 50%, so there is a high interest. There is planification of using AI, mainly in different continents from developing countries. In Africa, we have found several cities looking into supporting the use of more support for the use of AI, because it will be covering for a lack or a weak current infrastructure availability. In terms of decision-making process and AI progression, very significant among cities, but there is no clear statute of progression so far. So we have worldwide a high use of AI, whether it's planned, implement, or at the pilot level. But in terms of elements and in terms of knowledge, for example, it's very weak. So we have, in terms of findings, there is a poor knowledge about AI from city actors. So even though there is a high interest and a high implementation rate, the understanding and the mastering of the technology internally in the municipality and this, among the city managers, particularly at the decision or managing level, is poor. AI expertise varies based on professional roles, mostly is supported with external consultant, often relied upon. So basically you have lots of cities worldwide are hiring consultants to implement AI, and this is the main expertise that they have related to AI. The transfer of knowledge and of technology is not often not happening properly. Then you have civil servants, despite their contribution, often lack basic AI literacy and skills. So there is a high need, and I will come back to that, in terms of capacity development, and particularly for city director that are the decision maker, and for clerk and city civil servant. So that is one of the main findings. So another aspect that is particularly important is the different types of implemented AI at the city level. So as you see, and some presentations presentation confirmed that today is the type that is most disseminated worldwide in use of AI is really in the integration between different technology, using IoT, using other emerging technology. And you have the example of here in Seoul about the smart pole equipped with traffic light, intelligent CCTV, public Wi-Fi, and charging ports for electrical vehicle. That is one of the highest use of type of AI. The second highest type of AI spreading worldwide is the predictive analytics. And we have that simulation pattern matching, and we have that in different areas, whether it's related to the healthcare, whether it's related to the education, for planning schooling, and in different sector as well, energy, water, particularly this year where different regions of the world have faced a shortage in water supply. The third most used type is chatbot and virtual assistant. So this is very spreading type of technology. Most of the city worldwide and most of the cases that we have collected are talking about chatbots. They are including that in the support of public services for supporting and accelerating and approving the time of responses to the citizens from the cities. Other results are related to benefits and opportunities of AI. So in terms of benefits of AI, we all know, and we have seen example this last 2 days, that AI can be have a positive impact addressing organizational aspects, so related to the automation, related to the process workflow internally in the organization, related to the urban planning, whether it's traffic management, whether it's lighting management, supporting the urban planning, and societal challenges as well. We have seen benefits in terms of efficiency enhancement, like saving time by automation, so for 57% of the cases. We have seen as well improvement in productivity in process automation, so there is a better city management for 53% of the cases of the city observed. We have as well a much better satisfaction and service effectiveness from the cities and municipalities for 49% of the city interviewed, and process workflow automation, which is one of the aspects that is presented as reducing in some region of the world a tremendous corruption level when civil servants are asking for bribery and other type of corruption aspect at the city level for serving properly the citizens. And for safer and more secure cities. So we have conducted, in terms of safer and more secure cities, a specific case in the city of Sao Paulo. One of my PhD students is working on the use of AI and emerging technology and the combination of AI with emerging technology on how to make cities safer. So you know that there is a very high level of criminality and violence in city of Sao Paulo, particularly towards women, and they don't feel particularly safe, and the perception of safety is extremely low in most of the Brazilian city that we have interviewed. And AI, in combination with other technology, is perceived as one of the opportunity for AI in cities. So among the opportunities, AI is seen as having a very important transformative potential and is evident in different key areas. We have seen the impact on mobility, we have seen the impact on water management and waste management, we have seen the impact on urban planning, we have seen the impact on public safety and education. So AI is enhancing residents' quality of life, is optimizing urban mobility, is also reducing energy consumption and bolstering public safety in various cities. So there is, we can say that the AI is revolutionizing city management and governance and addressing many urban challenges that are presented in the graph at the bottom. We cannot talk about benefits without raising the challenges and the risk attached to AI technology. So yesterday, the deputy mayor have presented that it's extremely important to understand and to see what are the implications. And this is one of the aspects that is particularly important, because we are talking here about government and public service at the local level, so which is the closest one to the citizens. So in terms of challenges, we have identified many challenges or perception of challenges that from the cities that are whether at the planning level, pilot level, or implementation level. So one of the challenges that is global, so agreed upon most of the city, is really the shortage on skills and resources related to the implementation of AI. In some of the cities from the global south, or most of the city from the global south, we have noticed as well a poor infrastructure, issues related to internet connectivity and devices availability. There is also an important challenge related to data privacy security concerns related to the use of surveillance AI. We have also observed a lack of standardized AI implementation process and a lack of regulatory frameworks related to AI. There is also, cities are not used to collaborate. So this is a big challenge for cities. They needed to learn how to collaborate, particularly with the private sector, with the civil society, involving citizens in the implementation. So that was a new learning for the most of the cities that we have interviewed. In terms of the risk have been faced at different stage. So whether it's at the framing, when they are identifying what is the best AI to implement, design, implementation, and deployment stage. So there is high level of risks. They are related to misinformation and deepfakes. So some of the issues that are topmost risk associated with AI implementation. The issue related to privacy, we have seen that particularly in the European and North American cities are very worried or concerned by the privacy issue. There is a generalized risk related to loss of jobs from automation and bias and discrimination, and there is different cases of bias and discrimination that we have seen in different cities. So for example, we were talking earlier about social security. In Sweden, one of the projects that was about to identify the vulnerable people and people that are forgotten from social security, as it was presented in the previous presentation, noticed that by using an algorithm, some of the citizens that are the most vulnerable were actually automatically excluded by the algorithm. So the solution was to look into those vulnerable people, but at the same time, the results or the regular analysis through the results, they noticed that there is already exclusion. So they abandoned or they put it in hold, the project, till they can solve this issue before continuing with using AI. So we have noticed different bias and discrimination related to safety as well. So one of the study in the city of Sao Paulo that I was talking about earlier, in the study, the statistics showed that the most vulnerable person related to safety and violence are the Black women and the Black transgender. And those are exactly the same person that are excluded by the algorithm on AI. So this is posing a problem, because if you implement a technology for making the city safer, but it's not targeting the right people, this is not a solution, it's adding to the problem. So those are kind of risks that we have identified related to facial recognition, related to real-time surveillance, related as well to data sharing by smart devices. So other results related to governance and partnership. So we move to the other dimension of that have been data collected about governance and partnership. So one of the main findings of this study is that governance is seen as an important key success factor of the implementation of AI. The issue is that at the local level, the AI governance is very weak. So there is only, among the 70 cases that we have studied, we find out that only 2 cities have an AI governance. And most of the planned or piloting, they don't have a city-level governance, but they have AI governance at the national level. And we've seen in the graph here that most of the cities are using the national or local AI strategy, and most of them have developed an AI strategy that is not necessarily including AI governance. And this is one of the main factors that is problematic. So 72% of the city with AI solution are using ICT governance, which is not always the most appropriate framework, AI governance framework for governing AI. The second statistic that we can share is that 68% of the cities include strategy for raising AI awareness and promoting the technology acceptance and use. And very few countries have defined the governance and the strategy of AI, but those countries are also, the cities are aligning their results related to that. In terms of governance and partnership, but more in the policy and regulation. So policy and regulation is the most important weakness of this implementation of AI globally. So there is a very limited frameworks of policy and regulation. Most of them are including personal data, and there is an AI ethical guidelines that are existing for most of the cities, but not a regulation and a regulatory framework. So as you see in the graph at the right side, there is many dimensions that are perceived as important to include in the AI regulation, whether it's to encourage innovation, even though there is some kind of water to put here in the wine, it's related to the fact that most of the people that we have interviewed directly, they've seen the regulation framework as limiting innovation and creation. So they see that as two opposing elements, while others are seeing that it can protect the public, it can avoid bias and biased results in decision-making, it can guarantee ethical end use of AI and data, it can guarantee transparency, algorithm transparency, review and traceability, and it can ensure data privacy and protection. So those are the most perceived elements for the regulatory frameworks. In governance, in terms of ecosystem, so ecosystem is one of the most important aspects that we have seen related to this study. So most of the successful projects had collaborated with external, such as national government or whether tech company involved in the project, private sector. Sometimes is also innovation lab or innovation hub from the city or from universities are involved in the project from the city. But here in this partnership and collaboration, often the contribution is not clear. So we don't know exactly who has done the project. Is it the private company or is it the municipality? So at the direction of the project, those are aspects that have been seen as important. So university and research center are the most involved one with 56% of the participants. Top management for the local government are perceived as a significant partner of AI implementation. Innovation hub and startups are equivalent with technology vendors for 48%. Citizens are involved, but most of the results are coming from North America, African cities, because most of the projects in African cities are bottom-up type, so they are coming from the citizens or individual that are proposed to the city. So this is why we find very high results on participation in African cities into the implementation of AI in cities. The other aspect that we have noticed as well in this survey is that it's very important to involve the civil society, because civil society is the one that will be looking into after human rights respect, looking into the risk of bias, looking into the discrimination in the algorithm, and etc. So civil society is an important partner while the government can oversee some of this aspect. So those are among the results that we have found for governance and partnership. Coming to the responsible AI dimension of the survey. So in terms of responsible AI dimension, we have collected data from for different aspects. So we started by defining responsible AI as related to ethic, as related to the sustainable development goals, as related to different core values such as inclusion, resilience, peace, and peace. In terms of AI project in their city, most of them contribute to improve transport and mobility that is facilitating or improving the level of inclusion of citizens that can be in remote or in areas that are not well served by public service and accessing to public service. In terms of resilience, appears as one of the important factors of AI. Digital divide and gender inequalities are remaining one of the factors that are extremely weak, even though it's regarding to that. So as I was explaining, gender inequality is continuing, and digital divide might be increasing with the use of AI, and this is one of the issues that we are looking into particularly. We have noticed that most of the cities that we have interviewed are looking into one or several of the SDG. The two graphs at the bottom show you the interest to the different SDG, and it is confirming our preliminary identification related to SDG 9, SDG 8, SDG 10, and SDG 11. So in the cases, we can see that AI can contribute to improving industry, innovation, and infrastructure for 24%. We can see that it also contributes for 26% of the cases, over 70, to sustainable cities and communities, and it can contribute to strong institutions, so making municipality much more stronger and in terms of public service. So to wrap up related to these results and findings. So we have identified that based on the analysis that we have done on this global survey, that in terms of capacity gaps and needs, it can be combined or classified in 3 different dimensions. First of all, AI in cities can contribute to a better organizational capacity. There is a real need in terms of strong political and managerial leadership if we want to succeed in the implementation of AI. A culture of creativity and innovation inside the municipality, but not coming from a consultant firm and imposing a kind of project. Digital literacy is very important for employees to first understand, and secondly, being able to propose AI solution. Competence and skills, there is shortage worldwide on competence and need, and relevant knowledge related to AI data and regulation. So in terms of governance and regulatory capacity, so this is where there is most of the needs and where there is a high gap in terms of partnership, in terms of ecosystem, in terms of data governance as well, even though it's present in most of the city since long period comparatively to AI. In terms of governance standard and responsible AI, and in terms of skills development, knowledge of relevant AI data and regulation. The technical capacities, I think this is like a classical, we've seen it in most of the study, whether it's related to the model, interoperability, infrastructure, data management, so those are more classic results that you are probably more familiar with. Based on this, we have concluded that in terms of priorities, the UN and UN Habitat will be focusing on different areas, which is awareness and education. adequate infrastructure in technology development, particularly for some regions in the world that have a lack of infrastructure, a robust AI city governance and regulation, a resource allocation and mobilization, a comprehensive capacity development, transparent decision making. To conclude, some key recommendations related that we have proposed in the report. We have organized them in three different dimensions. The first dimension is the use of AI, use, implementation, and governance of AI for public service and local government. First recommendation is to define a governance model and AI strategy for the cities, not necessarily at the adopting the country level. That can be not adequate for some cities. The big city can adopt and implement the national, but some cities, it's very difficult to adapt the national AI governance framework or AI strategy. Building a responsible AI ecosystem within the city and between cities as well, that can be supportive. Involving citizens and partners in the implementation of AI. The second dimension is responsible AI, so including the core values, so defining what are the principles for the specific city based on their context and their specificity. So for example, Sao Paulo is known for violence. They will have a certain definition of responsible AI. Seoul will have a different definition of responsible AI. So defining the principle, prioritizing the long-term sustainability, so looking into the sustainable development goals that have a meaning for the city specifically, and focusing on those one, favoring ethic, inclusion, and resilience beyond the use of technology. So the purpose is not to implement or promoting the use of AI just for having AI and increasing the hype, but the idea is how to improve the well-being, how to improve the quality of life, how to improve inclusion of the most vulnerable people in the society, so contributing to a better place for everyone in the city. And finally, in terms of needs and gap, so there is an important need in terms of acquiring knowledge, awareness, and developing capabilities, ensuring data protection and privacy, and this is an important issue that we are facing at every day, and we are having requests in terms of study related to this aspect in the use of AI, particularly since the dissemination of surveillance and facial recognition in most worldwide. And that some of them are used for abusive purpose by the government and not necessarily for improving like traffic management or something like that. And finally, complying with the standards and regulation, and I will add to have that to the human rights as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The eligibility and the solution management were covered through her presentation. Thank you very much. And that wraps up all the presentations in session 3. Urban service innovation through big data, and also the system to develop the vulnerable AI statistics classification system, or some topics in session 3. As I mentioned, now we would like to invite a chair with all the speakers and the additional panel discussants, and I think the stage is ready. Now I would like to invite chair and speakers and the panelists all up to the stage. And Division Director Choi Jun-young will be the chair. And the Assistant Professor Roh Seung-chul from Hanshin University and the Principal Researcher Park Ji-hye from Seoul Digital Foundation will be our panelists. Again, I would like to invite all the speakers up to the stage, along with the chair and the panelists. Big data innovation and the innovation in public administration will be the topic of our discussion. Let's welcome them with a big hand. I believe everyone is ready. Mr. Moderator, the floor is yours. As introduced, my name is Choi Junyoung from a division director. I'm a division director of the Seoul Institute. We have only 10 minutes, but we may use more time, so please be with us until the end of the discussion. Thank you for all the presentations. And we additionally invite the two panelists. Professor No Seung-chul is from Hanshin University, and Ms. Park Ji-hye, Dr. Park Ji-hye, is from Seoul Digital Foundation. And I would like to hear first from the panelists about their take on after listening to these presentations, and they can bring some questions to each and every speaker. First, I would like to start with Professor No Seung-chul about his take on, and maybe self-introduction will be great. Thank you. Thank you. As introduced, my name is No Seung-chul. I'm a professor from Hanshin University. Administration and data science are my subjects, teaching at my university. That's why it's very interesting, and thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. And I believe I had a lot of implications from these presentations. Well, I would like to make overall comments. The three previous presentation shows how AI and big data are utilized in the public administration with a very detailed cases. Thank you very much. And then Dr. Soya mentioned about the status of all the cities around the globe, and that can give us implication regarding the future direction of Seoul. It was very meaningful. Thank you very much. I would like to make my comment brief. Seoul's real-time data is a topic that we can have a first-hand experience of how great the big data is to be used for the citizens. And also, once it's open to the public, it will create another power of a big data as a useful tool for the urban environments. Second topic was to develop a system for the vulnerable. And AI prediction can change someone's life, which was interesting. And especially the vulnerable need some help from the government, and AI technology could offer some help to these vulnerable people, and that was very interesting. But at the same time, I was thinking that if we want to fully utilize the AI, we have to provide a lot of data from our side to the AI. So that's like a two-sides flipping of the coin. And as Dr. Soya mentioned about regulations and data utilization, and any kind of system requires some data from each and individual of us. And the autonomative AI statistics classification system tells me that we could have a great change in the public administration. If you think about some programs used for the statistics, you can tell AI can continue giving us some objective information. And I believe that will greatly help the efficiency in public administration. And I believe more and more parts of the public administration will be overwhelmed by the AI and big data. I also learned a lot from Dr. Soma. And a lot of cities are introducing AI and big data under some tasks, some objectives, and I realized that there are some different reasons, different purposes of introducing AI in different cities. I guess the motivations are very different, and that was very interesting because in North America, they have lots of economic reasons to introduce AI and big data. And in Europe, advancement of technology is a big interest. In Asia, leadership between the cities and the government introduce the AI and big data. That's interesting to see there are different trends and patterns to introduce AI and big data in administration or any system, social system. And you also try to link that these AI, big data items to the social, sustainable development goals. So it was very interesting to see that linkage, and that brought me some new ideas. That was great. And now, as we introduce big data and AI into city and the government, I have some questions. And according to Mr. Wu's presentation, our data is large in volume, and there are lots of texts. So between cities and governments, they sometimes suffer from introducing AI and big data due to a big budget. It requires a lot of budget. And as we introduce new technologies of AI, how did you secure computing power? Because Statistics Korea is a government agency, and it's not easy to secure a lot of budget. And Dr. Soma, I have a question too. So I realize that there are different motivations by region, but maybe the cities and the governments have some responsibilities, and I believe that they feel different responsibilities as they have a different purpose of introducing big data and AI. So in that sense, if you look at the case study of Seoul and Korea, I want your take on about after listening to all these application of AI and big data, and what do you think Seoul or Korea should work on more in the future for the better efficiency of the big data and AI? Thank you for the presentation once again.
So could you answer the questions first?
Dr. Wu? All right, let me answer first. The model is BERT-based that we introduced. ChatGPT is now widely known, and GPT is now paid service. And we have to pay for the service by token. But what we used was already open to the public, and the Google allowed us, the general public, to use it free of charge. And to conduct the verification and training, it didn't cost a lot to us. So our only concern was to secure a decent sophistication of a hardware, like CPU. And later, ChatGPT can be applied, but that also requires a lot of budget. But so far, we didn't spend a lot of money because Transformer is already a big model. Then we can explore further.
Thank you for the question that is very relevant. Actually, we have used several cases from Seoul in the report. So we have one of the particular cases that I found very interesting and that we have added in the report is related to the use of AI between the city and different private company. It's an IT company, telecom company, if my memory was correct, and different private sector in Seoul. And the purpose was particularly one of the points that I think it's extremely important in the implementation of AI, which is looking to in the society who are the most vulnerable people. And in this case, these different companies with the city come together in order to find a solution for people that are feeling lonely, particularly the elder of the society, and how to use AI for supporting this branch of the society that is often forgotten, particularly by the technology. and they are not particularly users of the technology. So here, the city, we're looking into how they can use AI for supporting the elder in the city to not feel lonely or isolated, and to monitor them and making sure that they have a good health and they are feeling well. So this is a good example of a use of AI for for improving inclusion, but also for reducing the digital gap between different parts of the society. We all know that the younger are very keen on using technology. They are born with it. They are a large part of the user of the society. But at the same time, we have noticing worldwide that a large part of the cities are workers and not necessarily well-paid workers. So they cannot afford devices that are very expensive, like smartphones and having access to application and heavy access. So basically most of them have very basic devices for using, and they are kind of excluded from this different speed of evolution in the big cities particularly. So those are different dimensions that can be a look into how to make the city inclusive. So inclusiveness is one of the dimensions that is important to link to AI, because AI can be a tool to be used for the good of the city and the society, but also it can increase the gap in the society, increase the digital divide, increase the exclusion of a part of the society. So basically, I think cities usually, in contrary, because we have at UNU, we study different levels. We study government level, national level, we study regional level, sometimes a group of countries, and we study as well the local level. The local level have a specificity, which is the level that is the closest to the citizen, and that is really implemented. The system is really to serve the citizen and to be close to the citizen. So the idea is to keep this democratic aspect at the city level, to make sure that we are targeting every single person or resident of the city, whether they are locals, national, I mean citizens, or residents. And this is another aspect that is often neglected. So the residents of the city are not citizens, all of them citizens. And we have found out worldwide, when we are studying, that a large portion of the residents, are neglected by or excluded by the development of the technology, because they don't have the same data that other citizens have. Like, for example, in Portugal, I give you an example in the country where I live, the residents have some sort of numbers, like social security numbers, national financial number. You have different, and the residents, they don't have necessarily those numbers. So when we look into access to service, sometimes it's very difficult for some of the residents that are either refugee, that are either immigrants or recent immigrants. Some of them are foreign students. They don't have easily access to some type of service, and with the same type of speed of responses from the public service, and they are kind of excluded, and it makes their life much more difficult, while it's already difficult by itself. So this is another aspect that I found that is cities have to look into their residents beyond their citizens. So this is an aspect, and all the changes at the societal level. So there is a different social aspect beyond the technology. I think that from our study, I will say, without classifying, that most Asia, and this is where we have collected most of the cases in general, in China, here in Korea, in Japan as well, technologically speaking, it's the most advanced region of the world in terms of AI implementation. From far, like really highly competitive comparatively to North America, comparatively to Europe. Europe is the second most advanced region after Asia in terms of number of AI implemented by city, project implemented by city. So most of the projects in Asia are already functional. They are already implemented and operational. So technologically speaking, there is a very advanced level in Asia. Socially speaking, and also related to data privacy and protection, this is where we find a lower level of implication among the cities in Asia. While in Europe, technologically speaking, it's not very advanced, but in terms of protecting the citizens, protecting their data, protecting their information, they are looking into in a rigorous way. So this is why probably they're paying the price of this balance between the advances in technology and the use of AI. I hope it's useful.
So I'm going to invite Dr. Park from Seoul Digital Foundation for remarks. Good afternoon. My name is Park Jie from Seoul Digital Foundation. So I will be brief. So first of all, the presentation by Mr. Won-jae Lee. So you talked about leveraging real-time big data to transform city services. And the most meaningful work was that Seoul metropolitan government actually utilized the real-time big data at the city level. And since 2018, Seoul metropolitan government has been preparing for the utilization of big data, and we built the infrastructure. However, we cannot see the results 1 year later. However, that's what we expect normally. But it is not feasible. So we have prepared for the infrastructures step by step, but now we are over the infrastructure building level, but we stepped into the data utilization stage, so that is meaningful. And we can provide the data in a sustainable manner, so it is meaningful. However, it is not only confined to Seoul City, but also to all the public organizations providing data. So you have to rigorously manage the quality of data. So for example, compared to other local governments, Seoul metropolitan government collects real-time data at more points. But I believe that it will be better for you to expand the number of data points in Seoul. And let me talk about the second presentation. So when I just saw the study, I know that most of you are data researchers or you are working on data, and your study surprised me. How did you do that? The data came from the National Police Agency and National Tax Service, and it is not easy actually. So it looks possible because it was written on the slide. However, in reality, that's close to impossible. So it was very impressive. So I believe that I think your case could be benchmarked because it is well documented. And this is my second comment. And when we have a welfare blind spot, and there could be some potential victims, and we can identify them now. But after identifying such people, we need more human resources who will be dedicated to follow-up activities after identifying the needs. So you can predict the additional human resources required by using the same predictive model. And let me move on to the presentation by Mr. Woo from Statistics Korea. And Statistics Korea looks like an organization which carries out very complex research. So when you use an AI model, you could predict GDP. However, what you truly needed within Statistics Korea was more than 30 classifications which you can utilize. So I realized that AI could help different works for different agencies. And from the presentation by Dr. Sumaya, even though they are all called a smart city, each city has a different priority and different perspective. That's what I realized. So let me ask a question to Mr. Lee and Miss O. So this is my question to Mr. Wonjae Lee. So last year we had a tragic incident in Itaewon, and that is why now citizens are curious about the future step Seoul metropolitan government is taking in terms of AI and big data utilization. Could you share the plan with us? And this is the question for Ms. Omie. And even though there is a legal basis or enforcement decree, it is still hard to receive data from a different agency. So how did you share the data with the different agencies? And how did you approach the cooperation from other agencies?
I am Lee Won-jae from Seoul Metropolitan Government's Big Data Division. And for last year, we've done a lot of system establishment. And rather than future plans, as you just saw my presentation, you saw what we've done. So after the Itaewon incident, a lot of relevant civil servants realized that we have this kind of real-time data, and it was a good chance for everyone to be aware of such data, and that is available for the general public. And it was a great opportunity to expand the usage of the big data, which is real-time. And we have about 6 million cases of search based on this data, and that is done by not only the government agencies, but general public and fire stations and police stations and all. And intelligent surveillance cameras are being expanded its scope as far as I am concerned. And Seoul government's decree will now allow to have the safety plan established once we have over 50,000 people gathered for a strike or any kind of event. So it is a good opportunity that we set up the standard for utilization of a big data. So it might be invisible, but the IT officials and the civil servants worked a lot, and then that will be widely spread for a wise use.
So let me answer the question. So you talked about data. So since we have the enforcement decree, it was possible. So that is why the enforcement decree played an important role. We didn't collect the data on our own, and I watched indirectly the process. And the department in charge from the Ministry of Health and Welfare, they made a lot of efforts. They continuously consulted other partners, and when they collected a certain data, So they consulted the size of the data. And for example, if they want to look at the amount of money which is not paid by citizens, we set the threshold. So, for example, the electricity bill, which is lower than a certain amount, was shared. And that was actually so data collection was part of our infrastructure building process, and some of the agencies shared their data in the PDF format. So we made everything electronic in 2014 and 2015. So I believe that the system is complete now. So the collaboration among different agencies were initiated by the central government, so that was smooth. And you talked about human resources to reach out, and we are actually using the human resources who is already working for the community center. So that is why, even though we have 200 personnel at the community center, we sometimes limited the number of people who work on the follow-up activities because they also have other work to do. So we have to think about that. Thank you.
This session is under the topic of innovation in public administration with the 4 presentations. And in terms of a public work, AI and big data are not the only strategies, and it could be a responsible tools which can improve our urban services. In particular, such big cities like Seoul work on very hard for the AI service system, and it was mentioned about the governance and AI services and the public administration based on big data require some sort of a supervision or supervisor. And I hope the Seoul can take the lead as a responsible, not only the technologically advanced or responsible entity to utilize big data and AI. I would like to ask a short question to
Thank you very much for this question. Actually, I would like to start by a response that can be for this question, but also a complement to your question. I think Seoul is collecting a tremendous quantity of data, and in different areas, whether it's in the health, whether it's in education, whether it's for the city at the tourism level, etc. There is a small step into using this data for the Sustainable Development Goal and for documenting, assessing and monitoring the Sustainable Development Goal. So that can be done systematically, and this is one part of the collaboration that we are looking into with most of the cities worldwide and most of the government and public service is in how to adopt the Sustainable Development Goals, measure, assessing and monitoring the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think one of our partners here in the region, the United Nations Economic Commission for the Asia Pacific, is doing a tremendous work on the measurement and assessment and monitoring, and that can be a good partner for cities here in the region for adopting and measuring and looking into how all how the project, independently but also collectively, are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals in the country. And with the data that is provided by the UN ECAP, you can compare in the region with other cities, with other countries, and look if you are improving, progressing in the contribution of the Sustainable Development Goals, and how far you are toward meeting the, as Korea is one of the members signing the Sustainable Development Goals agreement, how far or how close you are to the objective of 2030, UN objective of the agenda of 2030. So in terms of collaboration, we have already several ongoing collaboration. As I said, the Seoul Institute of Technology in South Korea was part of the expert group meeting that was held last July, and they contributed to the Responsible AI for City report, and we have interviewed some people to document the cases that are included in the report. We have also an MOU that is signed with the Center of Intelligent Society and Policy in Seoul National University, the School of Public Administration. The director is Professor Dong-wook Kim, that is going to assess the local online service index, what we call the LOSI, for the local public service and the smart city for UN-UEGov. So this is a study and index that is published every 2 years at the national level and at the local level. And this institute, the Intelligent Society for Policy, will be doing that for Seoul. We have met as well more at the national level last week, the head of Digital Government Cooperation Center for potential collaboration between Korea and NIA, the two government institute, to support government of Tunisia. We have a similar collaboration as well with the Korean Institute for Development Strategy for capacity building in Africa. So the first country that we have developed the capacity building in collaboration with Korea is Cameroon. And this is a project. Of course, there is other agreement that we are partnering with UN Habitat related to the use of AI, related to smart cities between Seoul and UN Habitat, and we are partnering with UN Habitat. Thank you.
That wraps up session 3's discussion, and we also have a session 4, and then we call upon keen interest. And next year, my institute will be the executive organizer, and we call upon your interest and participation next year too. Thank you very much. We just finished the panel discussion with a great insight and full of information. You may go back to your seat. Once again, I would like to appreciate the chair speakers who shared a lot of insight, and all the panelists for your dedication. And we just wrapped up session 3. We're going to have about an hour and a half lunch break, and we will resume today's session with a session 4 at 1:30. And we call upon your keen interest and participation as we have interesting presentations going on. Thank you.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation is creating a sustainable tomorrow all citizens can enjoy equal digital world, striving to make Seoul a city for charmed city companions. First strategy towards Smart City Seoul. Research and analyze digital policies together with experts. Seoul Digital Foundation is carrying out policy studies on digital transformation, inclusion, and future issues. Seoul Digital Foundation is helping decision-making process of Seoul City based on data analysis and analyzes latest trends of AI and big data technologies for cities' innovation. It also provides data administration courses for officers in public institutions to deliver innovative public services, and supports all citizens to receive big data education through EduTech Campus. Second, comprehensive digital inclusion support to close the digital gap between generations. SDF realizes smart and inclusive Seoul without any discrimination through Anywhere Support Group, our representative education program. It provides customized education toward gap settlement for digitally vulnerable groups. And SDF provides a number of citizen interactive public services with humanoid robots. Third, create ecosystem for Smart City Seoul and enhance global competitiveness of the city. SDF is operating Seoul Smart City Center for Smart City Seoul, a hub for creating innovative businesses through solution development using digital technologies and networks between cities. SDF enhances the global city competitiveness of Smart City Seoul. It also participates in significant international events for Smart City sector, supporting businesses to enter global market. Fourth, SDF designs and improves smart city services all citizens can enjoy equal digital world. A whole new world of the city. SDF promotes a culture of ethics for safe and sound use of Metaverse Seoul and develops various contents such as Meta Seoul Pet to spread the citizen activation of the platform. Finally, SDF implements services for the socially disadvantaged groups by building an augmented reality in civil infrastructure. Seoul Digital Foundation will continue to take the lead in creating the global future city, Seoul. The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation.
본 영상의 음성은 AI 오세훈 서울시장 목소리로 제작되었습니다. 목소리가 어색해도 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하세요. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 서울의 신대륙 메타버스 서울 영상 잘 보셨나요? 화면에 보이는 달걀이 무엇인지 아시나요? 여러분은 누구도 쉽게 해내지 못하는 상황에서 발상의 전환을 통해 달걀을 깨뜨려서 세운 콜럼버스의 달걀 이야기를 알고 계실 것입니다. 공공이 하기엔 불가능하다는 생각, 그 고정관념을 깨지 않으면 세울 수 없습니다. 서울시가 퍼스트 무버로서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스인 메타버스 서울을 시작하였습니다. 메타버스 서울은 시민이 만들어나가는 미래도시, 부가가치를 창출하는 기회도시, 모든 시민이 즐겨 찾는 서울시 대표 소통 채널 이 세 가지를 목표로 서울의 신대륙을 만들고자 합니다. 그리고 메타버스 서울을 통해 자유, 동행, 연결의 핵심 가치를 실현하고자 합니다. 백문이 불여일견이라고 직접 메타버스 서울을 둘러보시겠습니다. 이곳은 시민들이 메타버스 서울 저작 도구를 이용하여 직접 만든 작품들을 공유할 수 있는 전시 공간입니다. 2023년 메타버스 서울 공모전을 진행할 예정이니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다.
시장님, 회의 참석할 시간입니다. 회의실로 이동하시죠.
네, 벌써 그렇게 되었군요. 그럼 회의에 참석하기 위해 회의실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 모두 모이셨으니 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 착수부고의 발표를 맡게 된 이서울 과장입니다.
여러 참석자들이 한 곳에 모이지 않고도 프리젠테이션 자료를 공유하고 채팅이나 음성 또는 화상 등으로 의견을 나누며 회의를 진행할 수 있습니다. 실내 회의실뿐만 아니라 창의적인 아이디어가 샘솟을 수 있는 편안한 분위기에 해저나 숲속 등 자연 속 회의실도 마련되어 있습니다. 이제 회의가 끝났으니 세무 서비스를 제공하는 텍스스퀘어로 이동해 볼까요? 텍스스퀘어는 말 그대로 세무 관련 서비스를 받는 곳입니다. 바쁜 일정으로 내야 할 세금을 놓쳐서 연체료를 내는 경우가 있는데요. 간단히 챗봇을 통해 1월에 내야 할 세금이 무엇인지 찾아보겠습니다. 챗봇에서 자동차세를 연납할 수 있다고 하는군요. 이번엔 구체적으로 제가 내야 할 금액을 지방세 정보 메뉴에서 시뮬레이션 해보겠습니다. 자동차세 14만 4,690원을 납부해야 한다고 하네요. 이 외에도 3개의 층으로 이루어진 텍스스퀘어 여러 공간에서 자동차세, 부동산 취득세, 재산세 등 다양한 세금 정보를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 그럼 이번에는 저희 메타버스 서울에서 운영하는 기업 지원 서비스를 만나보러 가보겠습니다. 먼저 핀테크랩으로 가보실까요? 이제는 여의도에 위치한 서울 핀테크랩을 직접 방문하지 않고도 메타버스 서울 안에서 만나볼 수 있습니다. 실제 입주기업의 홍보부스가 어떻게 보여지는지 방문해 보겠습니다. 이곳 키오스크를 통해 원하는 기업의 홍보부스로 이동할 수 있습니다. 금융투자 관련 업체인 부엔카미노라는 기업의 부스를 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 기업 대표님이 외국인 방문객과 상담을 하고 있는데요. 저희 메타버스 서울 내의 모든 채팅 서비스는 외국어 번역 기능을 탑재하고 있어 외국인들과도 불편 없이 소통할 수 있습니다. 이외에도 서울시 기업들을 위해 운영 중인 기업지원센터도 잠시 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳에서는 오프라인 기업지원센터에 직접 방문하지 않고도 경영, 창업, 법률, 인사 등 희망하는 분야의 전문가와 문자, 음성, 화상, 채팅 및 자료화면 공유를 통해 실시간 상담을 받을 수 있습니다. 그동안 예비 창업자들이나 자문을 받고 싶어 했던 사람들도 메타버스를 통해서 손쉽게 멘토들에게 다가갈 수 있어 편리해졌습니다. 예전에는 발로 뛰어다녔는데 이제는 손가락만 움직이면 전문가 멘토들을 만날 수 있습니다. 한편 메타버스 서울에서는 청소년들이 편하게 이용할 수 있는 아바타 가상상담실을 운영하고 있습니다. 제가 직접 멘토가 되어 상담실로 들어가 보겠습니다. 어린 왕자 방에 들어오니 제가 어린 왕자가 되었네요. 이곳 아바타 가상상담실의 멘토는 꿀벌이나 어린 왕자 모습의 아바타로 등장하여 청소년들의 멘토링을 위한 서울런 멘토 멘티 상담 서비스를 제공합니다. 저기 사마겨우님이 들어오네요. 사마겨우님 환영합니다.
저는 아이돌이 되고 싶은데 엄마는 공부나 열심히 하라고 해요.
네, 사마겨우님은 아이돌이 되고 싶군요. 아이돌이 되고 싶은 사마겨우님을 만나보았습니다. 대면 상담의 부담을 느낄 수 있는 청소년들이 정서적으로 편안하게 상담할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 다음으로 민원실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 이곳 민원실에서는 120 민원 채팅 상담을 통해 기존의 음성 상담만 진행하여 발생하던 상담 사각지대를 해소하고 좀 더 쉽고 편리하게 접근이 가능하도록 운영하고 있습니다. 주민등록등본 등 7종의 행정서류도 서울지갑 앱과 연계되어 쉽게 발급받을 수 있습니다. 그러나 향후 디지털 플랫폼 정보가 실현되면 이런 행정서류를 시민들이 일일이 발급 신청해야 하는 수고도 없어질 것입니다. 여러분 혹시 서울의 명소가 어디인지 아십니까? 시민들이 뽑은 서울시의 명소 10곳을 이곳 메타버스 서울에서 만나볼 수 있는데 잠시 들렀다 갈까요? 이곳에서는 서울을 직접 방문하기 힘든 외국인들이 광화문, DDP, 한옥마을 등 서울의 10대 관광 명소를 360도 실사 영상 기반으로 탐방할 수 있습니다. 외국인들도 방문할 수 있도록 명소에 대한 영문 정보도 제공하고 있습니다. 더 나아가 올해는 외국인의 언어 설정에 맞춘 음성 안내 서비스까지 확대할 예정입니다. 자연경관을 보며 휴식을 취했으니 이제 마지막으로 서울광장으로 돌아가 보겠습니다. 이곳 책 읽는 서울광장에서는 서울시에서 발간한 전자책을 읽을 수 있습니다. 광장을 방문하신 분과 잠깐 대화를 나눠보겠습니다. 이 시민분께서는 메타버스 서울의 서울광장에서 즐길 수 있는 계절별 게임을 좋아한다고 하시네요. 지금까지 간단히 메타버스 서울을 소개해드렸는데요. 메타버스 서울은 처음 시작할 때부터 세계 많은 기관들의 관심을 받아왔고 세계도시 최초로 가상공간에서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스를 추진한 것이 높이 평가받아 타임지 2022년도 최고의 발명에 선정되기도 하였습니다. 지금까지 보여드린 메타버스 서울은 시작에 불과합니다. 현재까지는 공공 메타버스 플랫폼의 기반을 마련하는 도입의 단계였고 앞으로는 계속해서 시민이 직접 참여하고 체험할 수 있는 서비스로 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 메타버스 서울 안에서 시민과 동행하며 매력 있는 서울특별시를 만들어 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
To resolve urban issues that become more and more diverse and complicated, such as low birth rates, population aging, climate change, Industry 4.0, and COVID-19, Seoul has built a smart city infrastructure centering on convergence and linkage across latest technologies. Seoul has constructed its own municipal broadband networks to lay the foundation for the infrastructure of present-day Seoul as a smart city. We have constructed 5,048 kilometers of long citywide fiber optic broadband networks that connect district offices and community service centers for various administrative affairs, website operations, and intelligent CCTV services. We have installed more than 28,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around Seoul to protect citizens' fundamental right to broadband and close the digital divide. In addition, we are building IoT networks in pursuit of people-oriented policies, such as smart mobility and safety services for the mobility impaired. On a closer look, there are small devices attached to smart CCTV systems installed across Seoul. These devices have sensors that gather 17 types of information, such as levels of particulate matter, de facto population, noise and illumination, helping real-time collection, distribution and analysis of data for more than 1,100 spots throughout Seoul. This information enables us to identify diverse urban phenomena and prepare data-based policies that enable people-oriented policies. Seoul collects data generated by various administrative information systems in its integrated big data storage and utilizes the gathered data in various ways. We operate Seoul Open Data Plaza to provide the public with data that is in high demand by citizens, while also operating a big data campus to foster future experts actively promoting public-private partnerships by expanding enterprise-linked big data governance and aiding data-based policy decision-making using big data analysis results.
서울시는 엄청나게 많은 데이터들이 매일 생산되고 그리고 그것들이 저장되고 있습니다. 이 저장된 데이터는 전문가 그룹과 이 부분에 대한 데이터를 이용할 수 있도록 제공도 하고 앱이나 웹 그리고 어떤 분석, 연구에 대해서 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 또 저희의 주요 시정 정책을 데이터를 이용해서 어떤 식으로 나아가야 될지에 대해서 분석하고 활용하는 데 이용하고 있습니다.
Seoul has introduced artificial intelligence, the key driver of Industry 4.0, to its municipal administration to promote innovation and e-governance. Seoul Talk is an AI-powered chatbot that automatically provides answers to citizens' inquiries about administrative information for Seoul, such as passport issuance, Dareungi bike share program, and COVID-19. Seoul Talk also receives civil complaints, including reports of illegal parking, requests for disinfection and garbage collection, and offers reservation functions for public services, such as for public football fields and meeting rooms. Soroan is a video conference system that offers video conferencing services via PC or smartphone without any restriction of time and place. Its AI-powered minute logging system automatically converts speech to text. Seoul's sewage defect detection system uses AI technology to find faults in sewer pipes to manage the city's infrastructure. Compared to the existing methods of manually checking video footage of every sewer pipe with the naked eye, this system will increase work efficiency by processing large data in a short time and enable preemptive measures to prevent safety incidents. SMAP is a 3D map platform that integrates all spatial information across Seoul. It supports municipal administration by simulating various urban spatial information, such as housing, transportation, and environment, and provides information related to everyday life in Seoul, including for major tourist attractions, VR walking tours, and drone video footage of small alleys by virtually recreating topography, structures, indoor facilities, and underground spaces, just as in the real world, and recreating solar access, views, skylines, and wind paths. Since COVID-19, there has been an increase in cybersecurity risks with the rise in technology-mediated online services. S-Security is an administrative service designed to prevent security breaches for IT assets and infrastructure of Seoul, and protect citizens' personal data. To this end, Seoul is operating the Seoul Cybersecurity Center, a cybersecurity control tower, aiming to reinforce the cybersecurity control systems of all government institutions throughout the city and build an AI-integrated security control system designed to prevent data breaches and infringement of privacy, thereby establishing a safe and reliable data ecosystem.
서울의 스마트 도시 정책들은 따로따로 추진된 게 아닙니다. 서로 연결되고 공유되는 데서 혁신이 일어나고 또 그게 플랫폼의 성장으로 이어지는 구조가 중요한데요. 스마트 서울 플랫폼을 통해서 교통이나 환경 등 다양한 도시 문제를 빠르고 정확하게 해결하고 여성 안심 기가, 아동 실종 방지, 이동약자 안전 서비스 등 시민의 일상에서 체감할 수 있을 정책들도 적극적으로 추진해 나가겠습니다.
Now, Seoul is recognized as a smart city that changes the lives of its citizens, going beyond being one of the best e-governments in the world. A city that continuously advances through strengthening urban competitiveness. A city that ensures the happiness of every citizen through solidarity with the disadvantaged. Meet Seoul.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation is creating a sustainable tomorrow where all citizens can enjoy equal digital world, striving to make Seoul a city for charming city companions. First strategy towards Smart City Seoul. Research and analyze digital policies together with experts. Seoul Digital Foundation is carrying out policy studies on digital transformation, inclusion, and future issues. Seoul Digital Foundation is helping decision-making process of Seoul City based on data analysis and analyzes latest trends of AI and big data technologies for cities' innovation. It also provides data administration courses for officers in public institutions to deliver innovative public services, and supports all citizens to receive big data education through EduTech Campus. Second, comprehensive digital inclusion support to close the digital gap between generations. SDF realizes smart and inclusive Seoul without any discrimination through Anywhere Support Group, our representative education program. It provides customized education toward gap settlement for digitally vulnerable groups. And SDF provides a number of citizen interactive public services with humanoid robots. Third, create ecosystem for Smart City Seoul and enhance global competitiveness of the city. SDF is operating Seoul Smart City Center for Smart City Seoul, a hub for creating innovative businesses through solution development using digital technologies and networks between cities. SDF enhances the global city competitiveness of Smart City Seoul. It also participates in significant international events for Smart City sector, supporting businesses to enter global market. Fourth, SDF designs and improves smart city services all citizens can enjoy equal digital world. A whole new world of the city. SDF promotes a culture of ethics for safe and sound use of Metaverse Seoul and develops various contents such as Meta Seoul Pet to spread the citizen activation of the platform. Finally, SDF implements services for the socially disadvantaged groups by building in augmented reality in civil infrastructure. Seoul Digital Foundation will continue to take the lead in creating the global future city, Seoul. The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation.
본 영상의 음성은 AI 오세훈 서울시장 목소리로 제작되었습니다. 목소리가 어색해도 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하세요. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 서울의 신대륙 메타버스 서울 영상 잘 보셨나요? 화면에 보이는 달걀이 무엇인지 아시나요? 여러분은 누구도 쉽게 해내지 못하는 상황에서 발상의 전환을 통해 달걀을 깨뜨려서 세운 콜럼버스의 달걀 이야기를 알고 계실 것입니다. 공공이 하기엔 불가능하다는 생각, 그 고정관념을 깨지 않으면 세울 수 없습니다. 서울시가 퍼스트무버로서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스인 메타버스 서울을 시작하였습니다. 메타버스 서울은 시민이 만들어 나가는 미래도시, 부가가치를 창출하는 기회도시, 모든 시민이 즐겨 찾는 서울시 대표 소통 채널 이 세 가지를 목표로 서울의 신대륙을 만들고자 합니다. 그리고 메타버스 서울을 통해 자유, 동행, 연결의 핵심 가치를 실현하고자 합니다. 백문이 불여일견이라고 직접 메타버스 서울을 둘러보시겠습니다. 이곳은 시민들이 메타버스 서울 저작 도구를 이용하여 직접 만든 작품들을 공유할 수 있는 전시 공간입니다. 2023년 메타버스 서울 공모전을 진행할 예정이니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다.
시장님, 회의 참석할 시간입니다. 회의실로 이동하시죠.
네, 벌써 그렇게 되었군요. 그럼 회의에 참석하기 위해 회의실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 모두 모이셨으니 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 착수부고의 발표를 맡게 된 이서울 과장입니다.
여러 참석자들이 한 곳에 모이지 않고도 프리젠테이션 자료를 공유하고 채팅이나 음성 또는 화상 등으로 의견을 나누며 회의를 진행할 수 있습니다. 실내 회의실뿐만 아니라 창의적인 아이디어가 샘솟을 수 있는 편안한 분위기에 해저나 숲속 등 자연 속 회의실도 마련되어 있습니다. 이제 회의가 끝났으니 세무 서비스를 제공하는 텍스스퀘어로 이동해 볼까요? 텍스스퀘어는 말 그대로 세무 관련 서비스를 받는 곳입니다. 바쁜 일정으로 내야 할 세금을 놓쳐서 연체료를 내는 경우가 있는데요. 간단히 챗봇을 통해 1월에 내야 할 세금이 무엇인지 찾아보겠습니다. 챗봇에서 자동차세를 연납할 수 있다고 하는군요. 이번엔 구체적으로 제가 내야 할 금액을 지방세 정보 메뉴에서 시뮬레이션 해보겠습니다. 자동차세 14만 4,690원을 납부해야 한다고 하네요. 이 외에도 3개의 층으로 이루어진 텍스스퀘어 여러 공간에서 자동차세, 부동산 취득세, 재산세 등 다양한 세금 정보를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 그럼 이번에는 저희 메타버스 서울에서 운영하는 기업 지원 서비스를 만나보러 가보겠습니다. 먼저 핀테크랩으로 가보실까요? 이제는 여의도에 위치한 서울 핀테크랩을 직접 방문하지 않고도 메타버스 서울 안에서 만나볼 수 있습니다. 실제 입주기업의 홍보부스가 어떻게 보여지는지 방문해 보겠습니다. 이곳 키오스크를 통해 원하는 기업의 홍보부스로 이동할 수 있습니다. 금융투자 관련 업체인 부엔카미노라는 기업의 부스를 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 기업 대표님이 외국인 방문객과 상담을 하고 있는데요. 저희 메타버스 서울 내의 모든 채팅 서비스는 외국어 번역 기능을 탑재하고 있어 외국인들과도 불편 없이 소통할 수 있습니다. 이외에도 서울시 기업들을 위해 운영 중인 기업 지원센터도 잠시 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳에서는 오프라인 기업 지원센터에 직접 방문하지 않고도 경영, 창업, 법률, 인사 등 희망하는 분야의 전문가와 문자, 음성, 화상, 채팅 및 자료화면 공유를 통해 실시간 상담을 받을 수 있습니다. 그동안 예비 창업자들이나 자문을 받고 싶어 했던 사람들도 메타버스를 통해서 손쉽게 멘토들에게 다가갈 수 있어 편리해졌습니다. 예전에는 발로 뛰어다녔는데 이제는 손가락만 움직이면 전문가 멘토들을 만날 수 있습니다. 한편 메타버스 서울에서는 청소년들이 편하게 이용할 수 있는 아바타 가상상담실을 운영하고 있습니다. 제가 직접 멘토가 되어 상담실로 들어가 보겠습니다. 어린 왕자 방에 들어오니 제가 어린 왕자가 되었네요. 이곳 아바타 가상상담실의 멘토는 꿀벌이나 어린 왕자 모습의 아바타로 등장하여 청소년들의 멘토링을 위한 서울런 멘토 멘티 상담 서비스를 제공합니다. 저기 사마겨우님이 들어오네요. 사마겨우님 환영합니다.
저는 아이돌이 되고 싶은데 엄마는 공부나 열심히 하라고 해요.
네, 사마겨우님은 아이돌이 되고 싶군요. 아이돌이 되고 싶은 사마겨우님을 만나보았습니다. 대면 상담의 부담을 느낄 수 있는 청소년들이 정서적으로 편안하게 상담할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 다음으로 민원실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 이곳 민원실에서는 120 민원 채팅 상담을 통해 기존의 음성 상담만 진행하여 발생하던 상담 사각지대를 해소하고 좀 더 쉽고 편리하게 접근이 가능하도록 운영하고 있습니다. 주민등록등본 등 7종의 행정서류도 서울지갑 앱과 연계되어 쉽게 발급받을 수 있습니다. 그러나 향후 디지털 플랫폼 정부가 실현되면 이런 행정서류를 시민들이 일일이 발급 신청해야 하는 수고도 없어질 것입니다. 여러분 혹시 서울의 명소가 어디인지 아십니까? 시민들이 뽑은 서울시의 명소 10곳을 이곳 메타버스 서울에서 만나볼 수 있는데 잠시 들렀다 갈까요? 이곳에서는 서울을 직접 방문하기 힘든 외국인들이 광화문, DDP, 한옥마을 등 서울의 10대 관광 명소를 360도 실사 영상 기반으로 탐방할 수 있습니다. 외국인들도 방문할 수 있도록 명소에 대한 영문 정보도 제공하고 있습니다. 더 나아가 올해는 외국인의 언어 설정에 맞춘 음성 안내 서비스까지 확대할 예정입니다. 자연경관을 보며 휴식을 취했으니 이제 마지막으로 서울광장으로 돌아가 보겠습니다. 이곳 책 읽는 서울광장에서는 서울시에서 발간한 전자책을 읽을 수 있습니다. 광장을 방문하신 분과 잠깐 대화를 나눠보겠습니다. 이 시민분께서는 메타버스 서울의 서울광장에서 즐길 수 있는 계절별 게임을 좋아한다고 하시네요. 지금까지 간단히 메타버스 서울을 소개해드렸는데요. 메타버스 서울은 처음 시작할 때부터 세계 많은 기관들의 관심을 받아왔고 세계도시 최초로 가상공간에서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스를 추진한 것이 높이 평가받아 타임지 2022년도 최고의 발명에 선정되기도 하였습니다. 지금까지 보여드린 메타버스 서울은 시작에 불과합니다. 현재까지는 공공 메타버스 플랫폼의 기반을 마련하는 도입의 단계였고 앞으로는 계속해서 시민이 직접 참여하고 체험할 수 있는 서비스로 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 메타버스 서울 안에서 시민과 동행하며 매력 있는 서울특별시를 만들어 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
To resolve urban issues that become more and more diverse and complicated, such as low birth rates, population aging, climate change, Industry 4.0, and COVID-19, Seoul has built a smart city infrastructure centering on convergence and linkage across latest technologies. Seoul has constructed its own municipal broadband networks to lay the foundation for the infrastructure of present-day Seoul as a smart city. We have constructed 5,048 kilometers of long citywide fiber optic broadband networks that connect district offices and community service centers for various administrative affairs, website operations, and intelligent CCTV services. We have installed more than 28,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around Seoul to protect citizens' fundamental right to broadband and close the digital divide. In addition, we are building IoT networks in pursuit of people-oriented policies, such as smart mobility and safety services for the mobility impaired. On a closer look, there are small devices attached to smart CCTV systems installed across Seoul. These devices have sensors that gather 17 types of information, such as levels of particulate matter, de facto population, noise and illumination, helping real-time collection, distribution and analysis of data for more than 1,100 spots throughout Seoul. This information enables us to identify diverse urban phenomena and prepare data-based policies that enable people-oriented policies. Seoul collects data generated by various administrative information systems in its integrated big data storage and utilizes the gathered data in various ways. We operate Seoul Open Data Plaza to provide the public with data that is in high demand by citizens, while also operating a big data campus to foster future experts actively promoting public-private partnerships by expanding enterprise-linked big data governance and aiding data-based policy decision-making using big data analysis results.
서울시는 엄청나게 많은 데이터들이 매일 생산되고 그리고 그것들이 저장되고 있습니다. 이 저장된 데이터는 전문가 그룹과 이 부분에 대한 데이터를 이용할 수 있도록 제공도 하고 앱이나 웹 그리고 어떤 분석, 연구에 대해서 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 또 저희의 주요 시정 정책을 데이터를 이용해서 어떤 식으로 나아가야 될지에 대해서 분석하고 활용하는 데 이용하고 있습니다.
Seoul has introduced artificial intelligence, the key driver of Industry 4.0, to its municipal administration to promote innovation and e-governance. Seoul Talk is an AI-powered chatbot that automatically provides answers to citizens' inquiries about administrative information for Seoul, such as passport issuance, Narungi bike share program, and COVID-19. Seoul Talk also receives civil complaints, including reports of illegal parking, requests for disinfection and garbage collection, and offers reservation functions for public services, such as for public football fields and meeting rooms. Soroan is a video conference system that offers video conferencing services via PC or smartphone without any restriction of time and place. Its AI-powered minute logging system automatically converts speech to text. Seoul's sewage defect detection system uses AI technology to find faults in sewer pipes to manage the city's infrastructure. Compared to the existing methods of manually checking video footage of every sewer pipe with the naked eye, this system will increase work efficiency by processing large data in a short time and enable preemptive measures to prevent safety incidents. SMAP is a 3D map platform that integrates all spatial information across Seoul. It supports municipal administration by simulating various urban spatial information, such as housing, transportation, and environment, and provides information related to everyday life in Seoul, including for major tourist attractions, VR walking tours, and drone video footage of small alleys by virtually recreating topography, structures, indoor facilities, and underground spaces, just as in the real world, and recreating solar access, views, skylines, and wind paths. Since COVID-19, there has been an increase in cybersecurity risks with the rise in technology-mediated online services. S-Security is an administrative service designed to prevent security breaches for IT assets and infrastructure of Seoul, and protect citizens' personal data. To this end, Seoul is operating the Seoul Cybersecurity Center, a cybersecurity control tower, aiming to reinforce the cybersecurity control systems of all government institutions throughout the city and build an AI-integrated security control system designed to prevent data breaches and infringement of privacy, thereby establishing a safe and reliable data ecosystem.
서울의 스마트 도시 정책들은 따로따로 추진된 게 아닙니다. 서로 연결되고 공유되는 데서 혁신이 일어나고 또 그게 플랫폼의 성장으로 이어지는 구조가 중요한데요. 스마트 서울 플랫폼을 통해서 교통이나 환경 등 다양한 도시 문제를 빠르고 정확하게 해결하고 여성안심 기가, 아동 실종 방지, 이동약자 안전 서비스 등 시민의 일상에서 체감할 수 있을 정책들도 적극적으로 추진해 나가겠습니다.
Now, Seoul is recognized as a smart city that changes the lives of its citizens, going beyond being one of the best e-governments in the world. A city that continuously advances through strengthening urban competitiveness. A city that ensures the happiness of every citizen through solidarity with the disadvantaged. Meet Seoul.
서울을 생각합니다.
direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul Metropolitan Government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, The Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 고전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
디지털 전환의 중심, 서울 디지털 재단. 서울 디지털 재단은 동행 매력 특별시 서울을 만들기 위한 노력과 함께 모든 시민들이 평등한 디지털 세상을
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, The role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation is creating a sustainable tomorrow all citizens can enjoy equal digital world, striving to make Seoul a city for charmed city companions. First strategy towards Smart City Seoul. Research and analyze digital policies together with experts. Seoul Digital Foundation is carrying out policy studies on digital transformation, inclusion, and future issues. Seoul Digital Foundation is helping decision-making process of Seoul City based on data analysis and analyzes latest trends of AI and big data technologies for cities' innovation. It also provides data administration courses for officers in public institutions to deliver innovative public services, and supports all citizens to receive big data education through EduTech Campus. Second, comprehensive digital inclusion support to close the digital gap between generations. SDF realizes smart and inclusive Seoul without any discrimination through Anywhere Support Group, our representative education program. It provides customized education toward gap settlement for digitally vulnerable groups. And SDF provides a number of citizen interactive public services with humanoid robots. Third, create ecosystem for Smart City Seoul and enhance global competitiveness of the city. SDF is operating Seoul Smart City Center for Smart City Seoul, a hub for creating innovative businesses through solution development using digital technologies and networks between cities. SDF enhances the global city competitiveness of Smart City Seoul. It also participates in significant international events for Smart City sector, supporting businesses to enter global market. Fourth, SDF designs and improves smart city services all citizens can enjoy equal digital world. A whole new world of the city. SDF promotes a culture of ethics for safe and sound use of Metaverse Seoul and develops various contents such as Meta Seoul Pet to spread the citizen activation of the platform. Finally, SDF implements services for the socially disadvantaged groups by building an augmented reality in civil infrastructure. Seoul Digital Foundation will continue to take the lead in creating the global future city, Seoul. The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation.
본 영상의 음성은 AI 오세훈 서울시장 목소리로 제작되었습니다. 목소리가 어색해도 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하세요. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 서울의 신대륙 메타버스 서울 영상 잘 보셨나요? 화면에 보이는 달걀이 무엇인지 아시나요? 여러분은 누구도 쉽게 해내지 못하는 상황에서 발상의 전환을 통해 달걀을 깨뜨려서 세운 콜럼버스의 달걀 이야기를 알고 계실 것입니다. 공공이 하기엔 불가능하다는 생각, 그 고정관념을 깨지 않으면 세울 수 없습니다. 서울시가 퍼스트무버로서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스인 메타버스 서울을 시작하였습니다. 메타버스 서울은 시민이 만들어 나가는 미래도시, 부가가치를 창출하는 기회도시, 모든 시민이 즐겨 찾는 서울시 대표 소통 채널 이 세 가지를 목표로 서울의 신대륙을 만들고자 합니다. 그리고 메타버스 서울을 통해 자유, 동행, 연결의 핵심 가치를 실현하고자 합니다. 백문이 불여일견이라고 직접 메타버스 서울을 둘러보시겠습니다. 이곳은 시민들이 메타버스 서울 저작 도구를 이용하여 직접 만든 작품들을 공유할 수 있는 전시 공간입니다. 2023년 메타버스 서울 공모전을 진행할 예정이니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다.
시장님, 회의 참석할 시간입니다. 회의실로 이동하시죠.
네, 벌써 그렇게 되었군요. 그럼 회의에 참석하기 위해 회의실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 모두 모이셨으니 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 착수부고의 발표를 맡게 된 이서울 과장입니다.
여러 참석자들이 한 곳에 모이지 않고도 프리젠테이션 자료를 공유하고 채팅이나 음성 또는 화상 등으로 의견을 나누며 회의를 진행할 수 있습니다. 실내 회의실뿐만 아니라 창의적인 아이디어가 샘솟을 수 있는 편안한 분위기에 해저나 숲속 등 자연 속 회의실도 마련되어 있습니다. 이제 회의가 끝났으니 세무 서비스를 제공하는 텍스스퀘어로 이동해 볼까요? 텍스스퀘어는 말 그대로 세무 관련 서비스를 받는 곳입니다. 바쁜 일정으로 내야 할 세금을 놓쳐서 연체료를 내는 경우가 있는데요. 간단히 챗봇을 통해 1월에 내야 할 세금이 무엇인지 찾아보겠습니다. 챗봇에서 자동차세를 연납할 수 있다고 하는군요. 이번엔 구체적으로 제가 내야 할 금액을 지방세 정보 메뉴에서 시뮬레이션 해보겠습니다. 자동차세 14만 4,690원을 납부해야 한다고 하네요. 이 외에도 3개의 층으로 이루어진 텍스스퀘어 여러 공간에서 자동차세, 부동산 취득세, 재산세 등 다양한 세금 정보를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 그럼 이번에는 저희 메타버스 서울에서 운영하는 기업 지원 서비스를 만나보러 가보겠습니다. 먼저 핀테크랩으로 가보실까요? 이제는 여의도에 위치한 서울 핀테크랩을 직접 방문하지 않고도 메타버스 서울 안에서 만나볼 수 있습니다. 실제 입주기업의 홍보부스가 어떻게 보여지는지 방문해 보겠습니다. 이곳 키오스크를 통해 원하는 기업의 홍보부스로 이동할 수 있습니다. 금융투자 관련 업체인 부엔카미노라는 기업의 부스를 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 기업 대표님이 외국인 방문객과 상담을 하고 있는데요. 저희 메타버스 서울 내의 모든 채팅 서비스는 외국어 번역 기능을 탑재하고 있어 외국인들과도 불편 없이 소통할 수 있습니다. 이외에도 서울시 기업들을 위해 운영 중인 기업지원센터도 잠시 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳에서는 오프라인 기업지원센터에 직접 방문하지 않고도 경영, 창업, 법률, 인사 등 희망하는 분야의 전문가와 문자, 음성, 화상, 채팅 및 자료화면 공유를 통해 실시간 상담을 받을 수 있습니다. 그동안 예비 창업자들이나 자문을 받고 싶어 했던 사람들도 메타버스를 통해서 손쉽게 멘토들에게 다가갈 수 있어 편리해졌습니다. 예전에는 발로 뛰어다녔는데 이제는 손가락만 움직이면 전문가 멘토들을 만날 수 있습니다. 한편 메타버스 서울에서는 청소년들이 편하게 이용할 수 있는 아바타 가상상담실을 운영하고 있습니다. 제가 직접 멘토가 되어 상담실로 들어가 보겠습니다. 어린 왕자 방에 들어오니 제가 어린 왕자가 되었네요. 이곳 아바타 가상상담실의 멘토는 꿀벌이나 어린 왕자 모습의 아바타로 등장하여 청소년들의 멘토링을 위한 서울런 멘토 멘티 상담 서비스를 제공합니다. 저기 사마겨우님이 들어오네요. 사마겨우님 환영합니다.
저는 아이돌이 되고 싶은데 엄마는 공부나 열심히 하라고 해요.
네, 사마겨우님은 아이돌이 되고 싶군요. 아이돌이 되고 싶은 사마겨우님을 만나보았습니다. 대면 상담의 부담을 느낄 수 있는 청소년들이 정서적으로 편안하게 상담할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 다음으로 민원실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 이곳 민원실에서는 120 민원 채팅 상담을 통해 기존의 음성 상담만 진행하여 발생하던 상담 사각지대를 해소하고 좀 더 쉽고 편리하게 접근이 가능하도록 운영하고 있습니다. 주민등록등본 등 7종의 행정서류도 서울지갑 앱과 연계되어 쉽게 발급받을 수 있습니다. 그러나 향후 디지털 플랫폼 정보가 실현되면 이런 행정서류를 시민들이 일일이 발급 신청해야 하는 수고도 없어질 것입니다. 여러분 혹시 서울의 명소가 어디인지 아십니까? 시민들이 뽑은 서울시의 명소 10곳을 이곳 메타버스 서울에서 만나볼 수 있는데 잠시 들렀다 갈까요? 이곳에서는 서울을 직접 방문하기 힘든 외국인들이 광화문, DDP, 한옥마을 등 서울의 10대 관광 명소를 360도 실사 영상 기반으로 탐방할 수 있습니다. 외국인들도 방문할 수 있도록 명소에 대한 영문 정보도 제공하고 있습니다. 더 나아가 올해는 외국인의 언어 설정에 맞춘 음성 안내 서비스까지 확대할 예정입니다. 자연경관을 보며 휴식을 취했으니 이제 마지막으로 서울광장으로 돌아가 보겠습니다. 이곳 책 읽는 서울광장에서는 서울시에서 발간한 전자책을 읽을 수 있습니다. 광장을 방문하신 분과 잠깐 대화를 나눠보겠습니다. 이 시민분께서는 메타버스 서울의 서울광장에서 즐길 수 있는 계절별 게임을 좋아한다고 하시네요. 지금까지 간단히 메타버스 서울을 소개해드렸는데요. 메타버스 서울은 처음 시작할 때부터 세계 많은 기관들의 관심을 받아왔고 세계도시 최초로 가상공간에서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스를 추진한 것이 높이 평가받아 타임지 2022년도 최고의 발명에 선정되기도 하였습니다. 지금까지 보여드린 메타버스 서울은 시작에 불과합니다. 현재까지는 공공 메타버스 플랫폼의 기반을 마련하는 도입의 단계였고 앞으로는 계속해서 시민이 직접 참여하고 체험할 수 있는 서비스로 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 메타버스 서울 안에서 시민과 동행하며 매력 있는 서울특별시를 만들어 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
To resolve urban issues that become more and more diverse and complicated, such as low birth rates, population aging, climate change, Industry 4.0, and COVID-19, Seoul has built a smart city infrastructure centering on convergence and linkage across latest technologies. Seoul has constructed its own municipal broadband networks to lay the foundation for the infrastructure of present-day Seoul as a smart city. We've constructed 5,048 kilometers of long citywide fiber optic broadband networks that connect district offices and community service centers for various administrative affairs, website operations, and intelligent CCTV services. We have installed more than 28,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around Seoul to protect citizens' fundamental right to broadband and close the digital divide. In addition, we are building IoT networks in pursuit of people-oriented policies, such as smart mobility and safety services for the mobility impaired. On a closer look, there are small devices attached to smart CCTV systems installed across Seoul. These devices have sensors that gather 17 types of information, such as levels of particulate matter, de facto population, noise and illumination, helping real-time collection, distribution and analysis of data for more than 1,100 spots throughout Seoul. This information enables us to identify diverse urban phenomena and prepare data-based policies that enable people-oriented policies. Seoul collects data generated by various administrative information systems in its integrated big data storage and utilizes the gathered data in various ways. We operate Seoul Open Data Plaza to provide the public with data that is in high demand by citizens, while also operating a big data campus to foster future experts actively promoting public-private partnerships by expanding enterprise-linked big data governance and aiding data-based policy decision-making using big data analysis results.
서울시는 엄청나게 많은 데이터들이 매일 생산되고 그리고 그것들이 저장되고 있습니다. 이 저장된 데이터는 전문가 그룹과 이 부분에 대한 데이터를 이용할 수 있도록 제공도 하고 앱이나 웹 그리고 어떤 분석, 연구에 대해서 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 또 저희의 주요 시정 정책을 데이터를 이용해서 어떤 식으로 나아가야 될지에 대해서 분석하고 활용하는 데 이용하고 있습니다.
Seoul has introduced artificial intelligence, the key driver of Industry 4.0, to its municipal administration to promote innovation and e-governance. Seoul Talk is an AI-powered chatbot that automatically provides answers to citizens' inquiries about administrative information for Seoul, such as passport issuance, Dareungi bike share program, and COVID-19. Seoul Talk also receives civil complaints, including reports of illegal parking, requests for disinfection and garbage collection, and offers reservation functions for public services, such as for public football fields and meeting rooms. Soroan is a video conference system that offers video conferencing services via PC or smartphone without any restriction of time and place. Its AI-powered minute logging system automatically converts speech to text. Seoul's sewage defect detection system uses AI technology to find faults in sewer pipes to manage the city's infrastructure. Compared to the existing methods of manually checking video footage of every sewer pipe with the naked eye, this system will increase work efficiency by processing large data in a short time and enable preemptive measures to prevent safety incidents. SMAP is a 3D map platform that integrates all spatial information across Seoul. It supports municipal administration by simulating various urban spatial information, such as housing, transportation, and environment, and provides information related to everyday life in Seoul, including for major tourist attractions, VR walking tours, and drone video footage of small alleys by virtually recreating topography, structures, indoor facilities, and underground spaces, just as in the real world, and recreating solar access, views, skylines, and wind paths. Since COVID-19, there has been an increase in cybersecurity risks with the rise in technology-mediated online services. S-Security is an administrative service designed to prevent security breaches for IT assets and infrastructure of Seoul, and protect citizens' personal data. To this end, Seoul is operating the Seoul Cybersecurity Center, a cybersecurity control tower, aiming to reinforce the cybersecurity control systems of all government institutions throughout the city and build an AI-integrated security control system designed to prevent data breaches and infringement of privacy, thereby establishing a safe and reliable data ecosystem.
서울의 스마트 도시 정책들은 따로따로 추진된 게 아닙니다. 서로 연결되고 공유되는 데서 혁신이 일어나고 또 그게 플랫폼의 성장으로 이어지는 구조가 중요한데요. 스마트 서울 플랫폼을 통해서 교통이나 환경 등 다양한 도시 문제를 빠르고 정확하게 해결하고 여성 안심 기가, 아동 실종 방지, 이동약자 안전 서비스 등 시민의 일상에서 체감할 수 있을 정책들도 적극적으로 추진해 나가겠습니다.
Now, Seoul is recognized as a smart city that changes the lives of its citizens, going beyond being one of the best e-governments in the world. A city that continuously advances through strengthening urban competitiveness. A city that ensures the happiness of every citizen through solidarity with the disadvantaged. Meet Seoul.
주의사항을 알려드리겠습니다. 화재 시에는 물에 젖은 손수건 등으로 코와 입을 막고 자세를 최대한 낮추어 이동하여 주시기 바랍니다. 엘리베이터 탑승은 위험하니 반드시 안전한 피난 계단을 이용해 주세요. 호스를 빼고 노즐을 불 쪽으로 향해 줍니다. 손잡이를 눌러 분말을 골고루 분사해 줍니다. 서울시는 시민의 안전을 최우선으로 생각합니다. 즐겁고 안전한 방문 되시기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
hope you enjoyed lunch. Now we are going to begin the afternoon session of the 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum. Session 4 has the theme of Data and Future Society, Future of Big Data and AI Technology. And for the panel discussion, we are going to invite General Manager Sung Hwan-ju from Seoul Digital Foundation as our chair. And after listening to four presentations, we will have a panel discussion. Let me introduce our first presenter, Professor Kwang-soo Mok from University of Seoul, will deliver the presentation. Please welcome the speaker with a big hand. Good afternoon. My name is Mok Kwang-soo, Professor of Philosophy from University of Seoul. So what I want to talk about here is to achieve sustainable and development and prosperity, what kind of AI ethics and big data ethics do we need? So these are the three questions I want to ask today. So first, it is about ethical issues, which is related to AI and big data. And the second question is, why should we respond to these issues? Even though these issues are present, we don't have to consider it if we do not have to respond to them, but there must be a reason. Then if we decide to respond to these issues, how can we deal with them in a more efficient manner? So when we talk about the time, we say that this is the era of AI and big data. But can we call this era? But for laymen like this, and I am the professor of philosophy, so I believe that AI became the buzzword after the Go match between Mr. Lee Se-dol and AlphaGo. This game requires a higher level of intelligence, so we believed that AI cannot beat the human. However, that was not the case. That was an overwhelming win for AI. So we humans realized how AI was advanced already. So at most academic symposiums and seminars that year, most of the conferences had the theme of AI, and we were definitely shocked. However, in the game of Go, it was still confined to that field, so we didn't expect a comprehensive impact on our daily lives. However, in 2022, on November 30th, ChatGPT was released. And after the launching of ChatGPT, it garnered interest of the people around the world. Within only 5 days, it garnered 1 million users. So ChatGPT had a huge impact, and I believe that many people are still interested in AI thanks to ChatGPT. And the reason why we are interested in ChatGPT is Professor John mentioned yesterday that it corrects our grammatical errors. And when we have questions and concerns, it sometimes presents reasonable answers and it makes systematic recommendations. That is why it is influential. At a university in the US, for the past year, what kind of grade do they get when they make a report based on answers from ChatGPT? So before, AI was confined to experts. However, it is not the case anymore. So that is why it gave a huge impact. Still, we can see AI and big data applied in various industries, and now it is irreversible trend, and we cannot neglect the convenience and efficiency we can receive thanks to the advancement of AI. So for laymen like myself, it seems like a recent advancement. However, it started in the 1950s in the scientific field, and there has been active research on this field, and there were two dips on the graph. So there were high expectations, but when the performance was not living up to the expectation, the funding was discontinued. However, as you can see on the screen, it has been continuously advancing since the 1990s, and it will not be interrupted anymore from now on. And it will generate unprecedented impact. And what is behind this advancement? I think that it is because of the data utilization. We use data on SNS. So we share various types of data, and they are collected, which forms big data. So I'm not so familiar with this, and I searched this. And in case of ChatGPT, when it was first developed, so the first word was used to predict the next word, and it was more of a pattern. But the amount of learning was over a certain point. But it was the critical point to achieve the exponential growth of a performance. So data has been accumulating, and after passing a certain point, it led to an exponential growth. So everyone is accepting this fact now. That is why data will play an important role in the future. And who is contributing to data generation? I believe that it is a cell phone. The reason why I'm interested in cell phone is that we live in the era of AI and big data, and scientific technology has made contributions. However, as you see here, ordinary citizens provided data which play a critical role, and I want to emphasize this. And yesterday, I listened to various presentations from different speakers, and they presented the future challenge to collect quality data. The quality of the current data is quite regrettable. And I agree with this because what it means that AI and big data, if they would like to achieve a sustainable development in the direction where we can sustain our prosperity and development, we definitely need quality data, and it requires participation of the ordinary citizens. So let me rephrase this. So for some reason, if we are reluctant to provide data, or if we do not provide quality data, so if there is only low quality of data, AI and big data will not achieve the higher level of growth. So we saw the growth curve of these technologies, but there could be another dip in the process. Then what makes us become reluctant to share our data? I believe that most of the reasons are related to ethical issues. And if we fail to respond to ethical issues effectively, the ordinary public, as data providers, will not provide quality data. So yesterday it was covered, but let me give you some examples. So if the data I provide will infringe my privacy, if there is a possibility of this, we will be reluctant to share our data. Or if it infringes my liberty, so if I purchase some products, but SNS and big tech companies just force me to purchase something regardless of my free will, that would impact our decision. So when there are tons of fake news or misinformation, and if I realize that my decision on whom to vote was swayed by such misinformation, I will be reluctant to share information and data. So this is an example of the right to be forgotten. So she posted this photo before, but there were many other personal issues and incidents. But she didn't want to remember this, but her photo from the past was still there and it threatened her career. So if these kind of cases accumulate, people will be reluctant to share data. And today, in Uruguay and Sweden, they wanted to build data centers, but people were opposed to that decision because it has a huge influence on climate change. Especially the younger generation is conscious about climate change and environmental issues. And if AI and big data have negative impact on environmental pollution, and if there is a higher awareness of this matter, people will be opposed to building data centers. And this is a frequently discussed matter, which is a bias in algorithms. So there is a discrimination and bias in real world, and we make algorithms based on the real world data. In that case, we can see bias and discrimination in algorithms. And how do the public perceive this? We can think about this. And with the advancement of AI, we will see autonomous vehicles and AI doctor. So when we have to make a critical decision, we might be relying on AI in the future. So in the process of deep learning, there are things happening in the hidden area. So it is sort of a black box. And if we cannot provide enough reasoning for these cases, who will be accountable for the risk? Then if we cannot take someone accountable for those issues, so do we have to advance the AI further? I believe that these are the challenges facing our times. This is what we would like to see. So we have multiple challenges. And can we balance our challenges and benefits? So we would like to maintain benefits, but we also have to successfully respond to challenges at the same time. And for the sustainable use of AI, we need data providers who are ordinary citizens. To do that, we need to trust the system. And that's how we can further activate AI, and it will generate further benefits for the public who will provide their data more actively. And to build this virtuous cycle, we have to deal with AI and big data ethics. So when I talk about this, there are already discussion on this issue, but when I put it in practice, it was not that effective. And some people say that it is an obstacle to technological advancement. I heard those comments myself. And toward these concerns, I have one comment. You might have a misunderstanding of ethics. That's why you have this kind of a response. And ethics can be discussed at multiple layers, but if you have a single layer of understanding, or if you have a misunderstanding, this could happen. So because of AI and big data, ethics is a frequently mentioned word in the media and in the academia and academic conferences. However, when we use the term, do you think it is used for the same meaning? I think it can be interpreted in three meanings. First, we have the term of ethics at the theory tier. So we have theories such as deontology and utilitarianism. So ethics could be used at this kind of a theory tier. And on the right side, you see the institution tier. So when we have emergency in our society, to solve the issues, experts come up with a solution. They present the guidelines and they build regulations, guidance. So ethics could be used in this tier, and the another tier is individual. So individuals have their own ethos in their lives, and ethics could be part of it. So ethics is not confined to AI and big data. So whenever we discuss social issues, we do not differentiate these three tiers whenever we discuss ethics. I believe that we need to build a proper relationship among these three tiers before discussing ethics. So we have to provide a theoretical foundation for each tier, and for the systematic ethics, we have to build guidelines and regulations based on the proper tier. And for individuals, they have to match this ethics with their own personal values. And to achieve ethics and to practice ethics, it doesn't require all these tiers, and we need a collaborative relationship among these three tiers of ethics. Then what about big data and AI? So out of these three tiers, which is the focus, do you think? So as a researcher, a theory tier is not frequently used in my research, but it is covered in our research activities. But institution tier was covered in yesterday's presentation. We have many guidelines and guidance, and Korea is doing more than other countries. So whenever we have social issues and to find a solution, we discuss institutional ethics. So we build guidance on AI ethics and big data ethics. So this is frequently used. So at the institutional level, that is why we believed that ethics is actively discussed. However, it is only concentrated in institution tier. So individual tier is neglected. So developers and data providers, they are individuals and they need to think about their own ethical attitude, but it is not frequently discussed. So personally, to practice ethics in AI and big data, and to achieve that, we have to develop sustainable AI technologies, and in so doing, we can further enhance the quality of lives of citizens. And the theory tier could be maintained at the current level. However, for individual tier, we have to develop and present new guidelines for the practice of ethics at the individual tier. So I believe that developers' AI is already a thing. So Google Photo, although it didn't have this kind of intention, but it did not have enough data for African American women, Black women, and the image categorized Black women as a gorilla. So the developer should have had a better ethical attitude. And in Compass program, even though it was not intentional, so in the algorithm, so even though any description did not have information on the race, the bias was found. So based on the analysis, so the location of residency, this kind of information generated disadvantageous result for people other than white people. People other than Caucasians. So I believe that we have to provide more training to have a better ethical attitude. And to do that, we need a model. And this is the scientific virtue model developed by Robert Pennock. And for 5 years, in the US, 1,100 scientists were interviewed on phone calls and emails. And they asked about the virtue as a scientist. What kind of values do they have to hold? And who is the scientist they respect? So this kind of data was collected, and they identified 10 core values for scientific value, and that was the first step. And this was used to develop the training for the scientists. And 45-minute workshops were done twice. And as a result, it improved the virtue of a scientist. So for 5 years, it investigated virtue as a scientist, and I believe that the process itself was meaningful. And I would like to benchmark this model. So what do you think of applying this model to AI developer? So why did you start studying AI, and how did you get into the field of application development? And they can look back on their career path. So the advancement and progression is so fast these days, so it is hard to look back these days. But still, we can conduct this empirical study to identify core values and virtue. I believe that at least once a year, we can talk to the scientists to think about their virtue. In so doing, I believe that we can enhance their virtue in general. And what is the purpose of AI technology, and what kind of a professional ethics do we need? So we can provide a training on this, and we can develop virtue model for professionals in the AI field. And I believe that we have to think about the individual level, and we can present a virtue model for citizens and individuals. And Professor Chun pressured me, so I am delivering the lecture in this on this topic. And I was learning myself. And college students' literacy is very low. They don't know why privacy is important and how we can protect privacy. They are not thinking about this enough. So at the cognitive level, we can provide information to the ordinary citizens, and we can identify core values for citizens so that they can learn them. In that case, I believe that we can build further virtue at the individual level. So this is a slight twist from the previous diagram. And to achieve a sustainable development of AI and big data, what is the most important thing? We can think about the developer, and we have to research ethics at the theory level, and we have to build a better institution and system. However, I said that individual tier is neglected. So AI-related virtue could be modeled, and it could be used for training developers and citizens at the same time. So citizens could understand that I provided this personal data. However, developers are making efforts to protect my personal data by governing AI. In that case, we will be more willing to provide quality data. It would lead to prosperity and sustainable development. So let me summarize my presentation. So the ethics of AI and big data could be an obstacle for technological advancement. However, in a different perspective, through AI and big data, we could use them tools to achieve sustainable prosperity and development for humankind. So we have to focus on AI and big data. And if we would like to build a better ethics of AI and big data, we should understand 3 tiers of ethics, and we have to build a cooperative relationship among them. An individual tier has been neglected, but for the individual tier, we have to build a virtue-based AI ethics model for AI developers and citizens so that we can develop individual tier. So it has been a short presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. Sustainable development of the big data and AI requires a AI ethics model, which was presented and suggested by his presentation. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Professor Hwang Won-seok of the University of Seoul. Let's welcome him with a big hand. Hello, everyone. I am Hwang Won-seok from University of Seoul. Today, I would like to talk about AI application in the legal domain. In particular, in the legal domain, the decision can have a significant impact on the society, which has to be carefully dealt with. So today I would like to touch upon the status of AI application in the legal field and which area should need more for the AI, for the legal background. I would like to shortly introduce. I joined the University of Seoul in August, and I also helped a legal startup. And at Neighbor, I did a natural language related work for 3 years. I am not a lawyer or attorney. I am a technology developer who helped the legal domain. Recently, we have some development in the legal AI, which I would like to introduce. Recently, GPT-4 passes the bar exam. Writing and the legal assumption part of the questions and the legal knowledge to be applied to the actual cases were all tested, and GPT-4 passed with a score of 75, which seems lower, but that is higher than the human average. So it passed the bar exam, and they claim that the GPT-4 was a top 10%. Also recently, a few months after that bar exam, there was a reevaluation of a GPT-4's bar exam performance. And that was proven to be top 30, in particular for the writing contest. GPT-4 was at like a 50%, top 50%. And based on those who passed the exam, GPT-4 was top 20. And it's their claim. Furthermore, this is the paper by Microsoft. I don't have a pointer, I'm so sorry, but this is a SAT, which is a college entrance exam. And also there is a law school test or exam. What I want to tell you here is that if you look at the blue part, it's the highest group's score. Inside, there's a darker blue, and that is the average score. And if you look at the yellow, it's a GPT-4's score. GPT-4 passed the bar exam, and then GPT-4 scored much lower in China. So if you think of this, you can think of two questions. Number one, can we apply generative AI in legal domain reliably? If so, where could AI be applied in the legal domain? That is my topic today. And once again, I want to mention to begin with that I don't have a brilliant answer, but I just want to share some status of the GPT-4 with some of my take on regarding the issue. So first, I want to introduce some examples of legal AI. What kind of task legal AI does, and that is my first topic. And second topic is fairness. As Professor Moak showed various ideas, maybe some researchers do not have any ethical standard and something could happen, and that's what I want to discuss in my second topic. And third, I want to cover the question whether where AI could be applied in the legal domain. Just like all the other AI, this is inevitable to be away from data. GPT-3 or other big language model has like almost 1 terabyte a word clause. And I brought this civil case. So for example, there is a person who filed the lawsuit, and there is the person who has to defend the lawsuit. And between these two sides, there are some facts. And for this one, those who filed the lawsuit is a insurance company, and the other side is the manufacturer of the motor kickboard. And there was a fire while charging the kickboard. So the plaintiff claimed that the manufacturer caused the fire. So the manufacturer should pay for that amount of the insurance. And there's a claim that the manufacturer should pay plaintiff the sum of certain amount at a certain due. Prosecutors have some ideas, and manufacturer had the idea. Then here the decision was made based on the judgment of the manufacturer's fault. And overall, it didn't find any concrete evidence. So the plaintiff's claim is dismissed. Then what kind of AI application task we can think of? First, when there are some facts, we can classify the trial case name. And the input is the fact. Then let's say someone came into this country and spread infectious disease. And this is the case of a COVID-19. And this is a violation of the Infectious Disease Prevention and Control Act. And another case goes that a person drove a car without a driver's license, and this is also the violation of a Road Traffic Act. And to be more specific, the defendant drove QM6, which is a car, and there was a crash with K5. And that accident caused a damage on the victim's body, but that the offender just ran away. So this is a violation of the Road Traffic Act, and on top of that, this is a violation of the Act on the aggravated punishment of certain crimes. So we have about 10,000 pieces of cases that we put it as an input for the machine learning model. And we then changed the interesting change into interesting tasks. In this case, the defendant forged a receipt from a store. Then the punishment is based on the Article 231 of the Criminal Act. And in this case, if we can collect enough data, we can pull out the data from like a public document. When I say simple document, it doesn't have to be as complicated as a GPT-4. Sorry, I have a lot of letters, and well, we can also make the machine learned, and we can also evaluate based on some scores, and it turns out well. And now the issue or input is at a higher level. This is a civil case, and the facts goes the defendant opened a gambling place, and the offender borrowed 54 million Korean won. But then the offender lost all the money. So the offender requested the defender to pay back for the money. And as a result, you can think of some tasks. For example, on top of the input, we can add the defendant's statement and the offender's statement. Then how much does the court recognize as a damage? Overall, that was 31 million Korean won. This is a popularized model with the accuracy of 60%. Obviously, we narrow down the domain and we can enhance this rate. Now, it's a case of a criminal act. This is about drunk driving. The defendant had a history of drunk driving, and the blood alcohol level was pretty high. Then how many years of sentences does he or she get? That was 24 years. Regarding reasoning for sentencing, it reviews whether that defendant has a family to feed or there was a criminal history in the past. Simply put, unlike that other cases, the accuracy was about 60%. If you want to look at it, that defendant did the drunk driving in Seoul. What happened if he or she did in other places? For example, tourist destination or any areas with lots of bars and restaurants, meaning that there are more drunk driving cases. And due to the conventional machine learning issues, you can't just apply the conventional method. So when the model does have reasons for the sentencing, you have to think of other measures. For example, whether it's in Seoul or whether it's in not Seoul or the local areas, because Seoul has more cases of drunk driving, etc. Also, if we go to more complicated issues, what happens if the defendant is a man or a woman? According to the white paper of our Constitution and the law, 86.8% were men. And cross entropy was applied to do the machine learning, and that means that the data distribution should be a guideline for the machine learning model, and the model learned that pattern. And I want to enlarge the scope for another experiment, sorry. We have some cases of indecent act by completion, obstruction of performance of official duties, bodily injuries. So for all these cases, we try to classify the gender of the defendant. And there were an absolute number of the gender of the defendant. So for the indecent act by compulsion, we did a little bit of test. So with the actual case, the only thing we changed was that the defendant is a man or woman. 92% of cases had no changes in sentence. However, about 8% of the cases, the sentence was increased, meaning that those defendants had to live in prison for longer time. And these were published at the ULIP's conference, so you can test, and the data is open to public. This is a MIT technical review for prevention of a reoccurrence, as Dr. Moak mentioned, is highly interested in this. And what I want to tell you for this part is that it's pretty interesting. If you look at the title, it's called AI is sending people to jail, and they are getting wrong. So it shows the criminal justice system of America, and it starts with the simple statistics. For example, about 2 million adults are in prisons or jails. 4 million people are in the similar correction facilities. And according to some news articles, 1 out of 38 adults, that is 1 out of 38 adults in America, because there are a lot of people in jail or prison. We apply the AI in the jail. So the criminal rank assessment algorithms were applied as well. As Dr. Moak mentioned, they also introduced the facial recognition in the US. But the model has an issue of safety. Is it improving safety, or is it increasing inequality issues? So algorithm relating the reoccurrence of the crime was concerned. Race, region, salary will be the information we can apply in order to predict the crime reoccurrence rate. So if you look at these phenomenon, obviously it goes the same to Korean cases of a legal domain. We need to efficiently utilize the resource, but historical data were already studied and learned, and as I mentioned, statistical correction is more important. And there's a difference between correlations and causations. So what if correlations and causations are different? It happened. So there might be some negative feedback if there are any difference between coalitions and causations. Now let me turn the topic to a new topic. Previously, I talked about the active actions of having the judgment, but now information extraction for statistical legal analysis is my topic, which might be easier for human to use. This is an example. We have the judge's statement. It shows a fine, it shows imprisonment. So it wants to define the fine, imprisonment, and suspension of executions, and blah, blah, blah. And just like all the characteristics of a natural language process, we always have a abnormal data. I'm not going to mention the model, but this is extracted from by the generative AI. This is a fraud case. If you look at this fraud case, there are lots of numbers. How much was paid as a compensation was the task. About 24,000 cases of a legal analysis indicate the drug driving. And as time goes by, we see the patterns of the sentencing. In 2018, we had some tragedy, and the law was amended as of January 2019 with a stronger punishment. So you could see the average has been changed. In 2022, we had a decreased rate with various reasons, but based on the amendment of 2019, there were some constitutional cases that is against the amendment of 2019. So if you look at the graph B, the vertical axis is the imprisonment, and the purple shows the criminal record, and orange shows without criminal record. And you can see that those who have some criminal record, they will have longer imprisonment. And if you look at the graph C, the XL is a imprisonment, and graph D indicates that those who've never committed crimes in the past will have a higher blood alcohol level. The horizontal part is a fraud loss, and the vertical axis shows the imprisonment. And also it shows the fine and the penalty type. The data is pretty noisy. So meaning that maybe those who committed fraud wants to make their fraud bigger, and there are more cases of sentences. This was published last week at last year at a workshop. Well, I can't cover everything because there are lots of AI tasks or AI application in the legal domain, from asking questions or to have a ruling with the sentences. But then my next question is, where can we apply AI in the legal domain? To wrap up my presentation, there's a legal reasoning framework called ILOC. I stands for issue, R stands for rule, A stands for application, and conclusion does C. There are some issues. For example, you can think of some tasks like summarization. If you have some fact, to find out what the point is. Next, information extraction, to find out what the actual issues are. Next one is text entailment. This is the relation between the hypothesis and the fact. So if you look at the offenders and defenders statement, you can find the differences, and that's what entailment is about. Rule includes a rule retrieval, and similar case retrieval in the history, and also information extraction. For application, we can easily deal with tasks, and for conclusion, you can easily think of various judgment or statement by judges, and various legal documents can be drafted by AI application based on certain rules. Legal judgment prediction is our conclusion according to IROC framework. And personally and technologically, it is hard to cover the conclusion part by AI. And we haven't been 100% sure whether all the issues, rules, and applications are correct if we apply AI. But still, it is easy to say it's safe to apply AI for issue, rules, and application. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for a wonderful presentation. Algorithm transparency and securing the accuracy of the data will be the key to the development of big data and AI in the legal domain. Once again, thank you very much.
Now we are going to invite the senior researcher Ko Eun-son from Seoul Digital Foundation. Please welcome the speaker with you. Good afternoon. My name is Son Go-eun, senior researcher from Seoul Digital Foundation. And today my presentation topic is the service development case using large language model in generative AI. This is the table of content. Let me give you the overview, methods, process, service case, and anticipated impacts. So this is the overview of the research. So let me share the background first. So with the emergence of ChatGPT, there was a surge in interest in generative AI language models. The local governments wanted to adopt large-scale language model to enhance the efficiency and productivity. However, even though there was a discipline, we cannot apply the LLM right away. And there are two major problems. One is that when we use OpenAI model, it could generate security issues where we could leak our documents. And second, when we use the model, the cost is quite burdensome. That is why, to deal with this issue, Seoul Digital Foundation is trying to build the network, trying to build a model which can use the internal network. That was the starting point of our study. And we have three steps. So first, we wanted to benchmark already developed model. And the second approach is within the foundation, we have the information based on which we developed the service. And the third is Seoul City generated AI hackathon winner link. And anywhere we could receive answers for AI-related questions. So that's where we started. So we have three stages, which is data collection and model development through data fine-tuning. And the third, we have, based on the developed model, we wanted to develop services. So let me share the methods and process of model development. So we ask questions to the model, and we build a model which generates answers. And for accuracy of answer, we needed to feed quality training data, and we also had to augment data. So we had two tracks for sophistication. So after collecting data, we went through data augmentation and data enhancement for better quality of data. And second, we selected a model. And after model performance enhancement, we developed the final model. So this is the data set construction. So at initial stage, we used 106 elderly inclusion content videos to build the initial data set. So these were video. So we needed to convert them into text, and we used the Whisper model to convert the video into text. And this is the example. So this is an open class video, and through STT function, we could generate a table with a lecture name and ASR result. And based on the sentences we extracted, we can break down those sentences. And we select those sentences as answers and went for augmentation. And we used the GPT 3.5 developed by OpenAI. And we set initial data set as answers. And we gave an order to generate proper questions for these answers. And that's how we went for data augmentation. So we used both of the relevant and irrelevant questions. So in total, we augmented a total of 130,000 data. So for data set advancement, so based on the generated data, we used the T5 model for fine-tuning of the creation task. And instruction for T5 model is optimized for multitasking. So we wanted to apply this style. So we applied this instruction style for training. So for input and output, we gave the instruction to create an answer that fits the question. So that's how we trained the model, and the training result was evaluated on the Roche score. And the second approach was the building of a history data set. So when we ask sequential questions and to have a better answer, we built the data set of sequential questions to be used for training so that we can achieve a higher accuracy of answers. And this is the model selection criteria. And in the process, we had two criteria. The first criteria was security considerations, such as personal information and sensitive data. And the second criteria was cost associated with model training and operation, so that we can have a low risk of internal information leakage, which supports additional model training and serving. So we had many candidates of open source models, but our focus was open source availability and the serving cost and the Korean language response performance. And out of many candidates, we selected a model which supports reinforced learning and Korean language and delivers a high performance with a low number of parameters, which was Llama 2 co-chat model. So we had three ways for the advancement of a model performance, which are pre-training, fine-tuning, and in-context learning. For our research, we applied 4, which was instruction fine-tuning, reinforcement learning, and adapters and few-shot learning. And this is the instruction learning. So in case of instruction learning, instruction, input, output data sets had clear instructions for optimization. And based on the optimized data set, we trained the model with a prompt and response style. And this is the prompt learning. And there are many techniques. However, we selected COT, which has the highest performance for multi-step reasoning processes. And as you know from the previous literature, the COT had a great result by showing 60% performance increase. So we used instruction and input. So for both of the data sets, we applied COT prompt. And as a result, compared to the basic prompt, we got to receive a more detailed and step-by-step answers thanks to COT prompts. And third, we conducted a LoRa adapter and parameter tuning. So we could assign less GPU and the reasoning was expedited. So it helped us to build a better model. And through parameter tuning, we could adjust the status of answer. And one example is we adjusted the end token parameter. And before, the description was too long. But thanks to this end token adjustment, we could get a simpler answer. Last approach is reinforcement learning. So we used SFT result to build a reward model. And based on transformer, and we used the BERT model. And BERT model was a reward model to score each answer. And based on the score, and based on the data with a higher score, we carried out additional training. And in case of reinforcement learning, you can see the process. So we construct the model prompt and we calculate the model value on the previous prompt, and we rank the outputs, and we use the output with a higher rank for additional training. So this is the structure. So we used our own data set, and we went through prompt learning and fine-tuning and RAG. And it goes through reasoning process. And this is an example of our service. So let me introduce our service. And this is a digital consultation chatbot for the elderly. And the background of developing this service is that there is no customized digital solution considering the physical and cognitive characteristic of the elderly. So for educational purpose, we wanted to provide sufficient education services. And the technical background is that for LLM in generative AI, there was no detailed answer for questions we ask. And in terms of cost, when we use ChatGPT, the elderly could feel burdened because of cost. So we wanted to develop a service where the elderly can solve any questions they have related to digital services. And we used actual questions and answers, which were generated during actual classes, so we could have a better quality of data. And these are the main content of the chatbot. So as I mentioned, we have this central model to generate answers. And for accuracy of answers, when a question is asked, we distinguish the keyword and categorize keyword. And we provide video training on top of the described text for the answer. And we are finalizing the development, so I believe that we can launch the service later this year or early next year for a pilot project. And this is the demonstration version. So the questions could be asked in text, or if the elderly has difficulties typing in, they could ask questions with their voice. And we categorize the keywords of the question, and we provide video on top of the text. And we also provide audio response to the question. This is the construction and structure of our chatbot, and these are the anticipated impacts. So we have the impacts on economic aspects. So for efficiency, we use our internal model. So for accuracy and speed, it is more efficient. And for economic aspect, we use our own in-house data, so we could save cost. And in case where we need paid API services, we can select the necessary API services only, so we can further reduce cost. And in case of scalability, we can update with the latest educational content and trends, and we can scale up into new domains, and the scalability itself is very high. So these are the practical applications. So based on the process we have built, we can construct additional pipeline for new domain. And through commercialization and service refinement, we can further enhance the performance of the model. And through optimization, we can enhance the quality of service. And last but not least, by managing QA data, we can keep updating the model, and we can generate new content through user database updates and monitoring. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So by augmenting and refining data, and which is used as a training data for the service for the elderly. So let us move on to the last presentation.
By Associate Research Fellow, Ms. Kim Hae-jin from the Seoul Institute. Let's welcome her with a big hand. Hello everyone, my name is Kim Hae-jin from Seoul Institute. I am the very last speaker of the last session. This is furthermore meaningful for me. Thank you very much for being with us until the end of the session. In 2022, we did this project regarding non-contact smart civil petition service. So after the COVID-19, there are growing number of demands in non-contact or contactless administrative process. So right now, people feel uncomfortable if there is no contactless civil services. So we thought it was very important and timely when we started this project. There are lots of civil services, but mostly I want to focus on the civil petition filing without physically visiting the venue or government agency. This is the status for contactless civil services, it exists, but it was not enough or sufficient. Doesn't matter whether people use this already or not. Well, especially 89% of people had an experience of using e-government services, and about the question whether to continue using the services among the existing users, it was 99%. And when we ask a question whether to use the services among potential users, about 37% of people are willing to use. But including a civil petition, in the process of any e-government administration, we have general public, but at the same time, there are some people with the special needs. So regarding people with the special needs, there was a survey conducted, and we refer to that. There are some people among that people with the special need, and they have a higher needs, but the actual rate of people actually using the civil services in a contactless manner was only 39%. And 25% actually wishes to use, but they didn't really use this contactless services, and they rather visit physically. So at Seoul Metropolitan Government, they had some process of a civil petition, which we did the survey. Based on the press release, we can see some notice on the website, and we did the analysis, and we counted those number of petition that actually requires a physical visit. And between 2021 and 2023, 2020 and 2023, there are less numbers that require physical visit. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that increase of the contactless civil services. So ideally, we can have a universal application in a contactless manner, but depending on the petition, there were some methods like calling or mailing were used. If you go to the Seoul operator's office or 응답소, there are some people file the petition through documenting. So you could think of a visit, mail, or requested visit shows a higher rate of 74%. And to be more specific, we tried to categorize how to submit civil petitions based on the handbook of a Seoul operator's office or 응답소. About 41% require the actual visit, about 29% in application, about 35% in terms of reporting, and about 71% for the request for exam. So when I say visit and mail, this is not an easy way either. So including them, you can see overall it's over 50%. So without visiting government agencies, maybe citizens want some better way in a contactless manner, and I looked into it. The civil petition officer can offer some cases that doesn't require physical visit, and most documents can be submitted online, and all those documents were transferred to the relevant department, and the officers dealt with about 149 cases. And then other times they actually visited the civil petition filing people to ask what kind of services in a contactless manner they need. And there were some conditions, and we thought to realize the contactless services. And there are 6 requirements. First, if you can apply online, work should be redesigned if the current civil petition application process is not appropriate. Number two, in principle, e-documents should be utilized as the base. Because we heard some people that paper documents were actually used as a base. Third, in terms of e-certificate, well, compared to the paper certificate, don't need and don't require people to physically visit the relevant agencies. So we thought e-certificate should be issued. Number four, this is widely used, but in principle, the administrative information regarding personal information should be shared for the common use. Still, family relation documents or any additional documents are required by the civil petition filing people. So we thought maybe it would be handy if we can utilize this information for common use. Number five, oftentimes the government agencies want to confirm and verify people's ID, and that requires a physical visit. But we thought the e-signature should be used as a base to confirm IDs. Sixth, online application methods should be provided. Then based on these 6 requirements, we also had to review the laws and regulations to make sure that the 6 requirements can actually be applied. And we luckily found the legal ground, so we realized that the 6 requirements can be fully implemented. So number 1 was the non-contact or contactless civil petition application. Means that as I mentioned, the work should be redesigned. So among the 116 cases, we thoroughly looked into the work process, and we had 4 implications. Without system improvement, there could be the immediate online application, and the rest of other cases need system improvement if we can realize the contactless civil services. And some of them can be checked right away, and maybe RPay can be utilized if we can accelerate the process. And as I mentioned, we are using some common information, but maybe anything related to privacy needs to be commonly used and commonly managed. And if we can use the e-certificate more actively, we don't have to worry about other verification methods of the ID, and we will have a decreased number of the non-verification of the ID, which can ease the burden for the civil servants. So these are some work process based on in-depth review for 116 cases by categorizing as is and to be. You can see that this can become little simpler. And if we apply e-signature and etc., we can simplify that process as well. And among the 6 requirements, as I said, number 2 was related to e-documents as the base. At the moment, paper document is the base, and to overcome this issue, we tried to adopt mobile document scanning app. And by using OCR program, we can extract the data we need. If it's not easy to apply, maybe we can use the e-document solution or e-template solution. So it's important to introduce or handy to introduce the e-template solution. If we can apply e-document to start with, it will be ideal. If you look at the bank process, there's some e-documents, an e-template, and you are supposed to fill up some field and it will be all digitized. And I believe that should be actively applied to the public administration. Third, e-certificate issuance. We have some examples like a National Tax Office. They use the e-business registration certificate. Also, the patent offices and the Korea Chamber of Commerce also issue the mobile national certificate. And that can prevent any forge or deformation of the ID, and including two-dimensional barcode, we can confirm the verification of the ID. So whether you're copying or stealing someone's ID doesn't matter. We can do the decent verification. And sometimes your certificate is expired at certain time. So we also have some technologies to double check the temporal point, so that when you create some e-document and once you register this on the system, any properties or characteristics of that document will be extracted and separately stored, and we can use that information to verify ID. And that's what we confirm from our project. Fourth, regarding your personal information, we believe that the personal information should be used for the common use. So if you think of the family relations certificate or business registration certificate, about 116 cases can utilize those e-documents, but then sometimes we need to collect the application from the civil petition filing people. And here we need APIs to retrieve e-document data, which we expect and hope to expand further in the future. So not only for this common use of the personal information, we can have some vibrant market where we can sell these information or buy the information, and that way we can receive the necessary data through these APIs once we have established these APIs. Fifth, e-signature should be the base to verify the ID. Maybe e-seal, stamp, or e-signature can be used. In a certain size, we can register individuals' stamps so that it won't be forged in the future. And the solutions were already out there. And if you sign the contract, or multiple people need to sign the agreement, you can share the e-signature to support processes, and the relevant department can provide the certificate saying that the signature is actually legit. And I am sure there are many, that there are many ways to verify your ID, like for example, for foreigners, they can use email PIN, and there are lots of methods for that, and you can just choose one of them. So I've just talked about 5 requirements, and how about the last 2 requirements? We need a desk specifically taking online civil petition. We don't have this system yet, and it was suggested as a draft. And let's say petition officer can categorize the existing services and the new services with a old existing and the new template. And once that officer recognizes them and classifies them, it will be easier from that way. So first they need to realize the existing template, and then once they input the right template, without a minimum effort, we can create all these templates as an e-form, and that will be more efficient in terms of a public administration. And without any existing template, which means you need to create a new template, the program can recommend input components by recognizing the data item keyword and providing template recommendation by the theme. And depending on the civil petition, you can do that once, and we need a simplified process for the petition applicants can have. And all the data can be synced with metropolitan city and provincial system, individual DB system, government administrative data system, etc. And here, as you can see in the orange part, these are the parts the users can directly input their data, and that could be saved. And this will be the simple way of filing the civil petition, and then the petition officer can deal with the data. So first, the petition officer can create the simple template. And second, petition applicants can apply for a simple application, followed by petition officer's confirmation and process petition details. AI, big data, and other technologies can contribute to this process for the automation, and I believe we can get lots of benefits by utilizing big data and AI. But the most difficult part for such e-template is that you don't know what to write. And it's difficult to utilize the e-template due to the difficult terminology. So if necessary, we can create a dialogue channel for users to get some information, and that will be number 5. So here I labeled if necessary. Generative AI and chatbot are widely used these days, and that could be utilized for civil services as a reliable tool. And based on such technologies, a chatbot can inform some of the information to the petition applicants. To wrap up, we have a lot of visits to the government department to file civil petition, and we just looked up some ways to turn that into contactless application. And first, we reviewed the status of a petition by visit and mail of the Seoul City. And as the second step, we confirmed the implication and legal ground by reviewing the current laws and regulations. And by applying technology is not the only way. We need to supplement that process with some tools like big data and AI to make this system more interactive. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. So that was the suggestion of the contactless civil petition service, and that was some improvement tips for the system by Ms. Kim Hye-jin. Thank you very much. We just finished all presentations, and we talked about the ethics, we talked about sustainable AI and big data, and in the AI application in the legal domain, and also we talked about some services for the civil petition services. Thank you. So you are at the session 4 under the theme of a data and future society, future of big data and AI technology. Right now, we are going to continue our talk in the panel discussion. We are going to invite Professor Kang Min-gyu from University of Seoul and Professor Kim Hyun-chul from Ih-ha Women's University, chaired by General Manager Chu Sung-hwan from the Seoul Digital Foundation. Let us invite all the speakers, chair, and the panelists with a big hand.
Now that everyone is seated, let us start the discussion. Good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Chu Sung-hwan from Seoul Digital Foundation. So this is the last session. And after this session, we will have a general discussion, and we are going to have a lucky draw. So please bear with us. We are reaching the end of the program. So the session is about data and future society and future of big data and AI technology. We listened to 4 presentations, and when we talk about the future, it is hard to predict, and the technological advancement is too fast to predict the future. However, still, we need to discuss the future to make further advancements. And thank you for the presentations. And we invited 2 panelists here. So we are going to hear from our panelists first. So Assistant Professor Min-gyu Kang, please share your comment. Good afternoon. My name is Kang Min-gyu from University of Seoul. So this is the last session, and unlike other sessions we had, this could be a comprehensive session because we discuss ethical, social, and technological issues together. So let me thank you. Let me thank all the speakers for interesting presentations first. And in case of presentations delivered by Professor Mook and Professor Hwang, you talked about the ethics of AI and big data, as well as AI application in the legal domain. And you talked about the interaction between technology and ethics. So you shared very important topics. And we listened to Senior Researcher Son and Associate Research Fellow Kim. And you talked about how AI could be applied to public services. And you shared very concrete examples. So AI and big data are going beyond the simple technological development, so it has impact on every aspect of our life. So that is why AI should be responsible in the process of development. So let me give one presentation for each speaker. So in case of Professor Mook's presentation, we are both professors, and you said that you have this course on big data ethics at school. So AI and big data are mega trends facing us, and to utilize them in an ethical manner. So under the current school system, do you think we have to change one thing in particular? Could you name one thing we have to change under the current school system? And in case of people in the technical field, the development is too fast. So they are already burdened to catch up. So if we have to train them on AI and big data ethics, and what could be our approach? So Do I raise all the questions first, or do I? Okay. And Professor Huang's presentation was very interesting. And you are the one who actually developed the model before, but now you are a member of the academia. So your presentation was very interesting. And when we utilize AI in the legal domain, so I believe that the role of legal professionals would change. So when we include the training using AI for legal professionals, what kind of impact would it have? I'm curious about this. And for Mrs. Han, I know that you must have had a hard time in the development process. And what was the biggest challenge for you to develop your own model? And you are developing a chatbot service for the elderly. And if you expand the service into other areas, what kind of the service would that be? So could you share your plan? And for Ms. Kim, it was touched upon in the presentation. So you talked about development of technological strategies for non-contact service, and what should be our focus when we develop the service for the public. And digital divide was also related to your presentation. And what can we do to solve the issue of digital divide? I'm not asking for a correct answer, so I hope you will not feel burdened by my questions. And I reviewed your presentation materials, so I just want to listen to your idea. Thank you for a great question. So, one thing to change for the current school system, and the other question was that technological developers are already busy, and how can we train them? So, for the school system, compared to the past, there has been already one change. So we focused on the discussion under the curriculum. However, with the abundant information, we are now focusing on the delivery of information. However, in case of ethics of AI and big data, instead of delivering the information on the norms of AI and big data, we have to discuss whether it is necessary and ethics is important, and how can we approach ethics in AI and big data, and how can we approach it fundamentally. And I think we need the format of discussion in classroom. So at school, I take questions from the students, and we always have a discussion, and I believe that that has a more effect from the perspective of the education. So I want to change the current system to have more discussion. And I know that developers are busy, and they said that they do not have even time to think about the current status because they are too busy. However, I think we need some time to step back, at least once a year. So I want developers to think about why they started studying the topic and what they want to get out of the research and what is the contribution to society. I believe that we can build a forum for developers to discuss these. So we have this concept-centered education model. It is not covered in my presentation. So when we collected the data on the virtue as a scientist, we can host one workshop. So the virtue-based model had 2 sessions of workshop. So one session had 45 minutes. So for 1 hour and 30 minutes in total, they have a discussion and they find a model which were considered effective. And I believe that developers could do the same. Once a year, you can take 1 hour and 30 minutes to look back on your career path. Thank you.
If I may, I would like to add more comments. Recently, Hinton, the father of AI, just left Google, and Benjo recently talked about their concerns about AI because AI issues are irreversible. And they recently published a paper. And another case should be mentioned. Sorry, I'll just skip this part. I believe my question from Dr. Kang was very burdensome. Well, I don't have concrete answer, but AI developer or researchers have something in mind. For example, technologies quickly change. And in 2018, there's a model, a new Google model. And I had some thoughts, and like-minded people also thought the AI replaced the human. But as technologies evolve, we can't go back. So obviously, those legal experts should be aware of that, and they have to embrace the changes. In the practical perspective, the people I met in the legal domain were very smart, and they're not a technician or engineering, but they understand the technology the most, despite the fact that they're not engineers. Meaning that I believe they will be able to quickly adopt the new changes of technologies, because most algorithms have pros and cons. And for any legal decision, as I mentioned in my presentation, those can have the significant impact on the society. So I believe it's important for the legal experts to be aware of various technologies and their restriction and limitation. Thank you.
So let me answer the question. So in case of the first question, what is the biggest challenge in the process of developing the model? So first of all, I believe that constructing the data set was very hard. So we used our internal video material. So it was for senior citizens, and our instructors had their own way of speaking, and it was hard to fine-tune their own characteristic. And some people use very descriptive words, and they sometimes do some cheering comment at the end of the sentence, and it was hard to fine-tune them. And we had 106 video data, and we wanted to minimize hallucination. So we generated questions based on the data we have. So the answers were very limited. And how could we augment them into various answers? That was a consideration point for us. And other than model development, we have a limited GPU. And how could we maximize the performance out of this limited GPU? So you know that the biggest challenge for public organizations is that we do not have sufficient infrastructure compared to our aspirations. That is why when we take one step further into our research, I would like to secure additional infrastructure so that researchers could do more work to enhance the performance. And the second question about the service expansion, for now, we cannot utilize the confidential document. That is why we are only using Seoul City's data or audit material, which are openly available. So we are categorizing them, and by summarizing the documents and data, so if they would like to search what they are going to do or what they need, we can provide the summary of relevant data. And I believe that we will launch that next year. So I ask for your interest. Thank you.
I believe my question is related to the provision of the contactless civil petition services. You mentioned that we need to provide the user convenience. That's why I mentioned how we can simplify this process of a contactless services. As the question goes, I thought about one thing in Jeju province. They have a helper of AI helper for the contactless civil services. AI, my data were utilized to help older generation or elderly groups in the community so that they can freely fill up some applications, and you can use the screen to touch, or you can use the recording services. But I saw some news articles. There were 2 district offices that used the AI helper, but there were some system errors. But then if it doesn't work, that those elderly people had to go visit the civil service desks. So that's basically the same as the physical visit of the civil service. So first of all, I believe these systems should be mounted on some devices people can easily get access, like a mobile phone. And I still thought the Jeju's case was interesting, and then they received the presidential award thanks to the improvement of the services. And I believe we need to be more creative to widely apply these technologies. To narrow the gap of the digital divide, I believe we need some recording like STT or TTS-based services can be helpful for the elderly. And I believe to that end, we need to simplify the interface for the users. And ChatGPT and any other generative AI can help a lot our citizens. So we need to develop the technology further so that way even if non-clear questions can be received by the program and provide very clear answers. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Professor Kim Hyun-chul from Ewha Women's University about his comment and some questions. Thank you. My name is Kim Hyun-chul. I'm a professor from Ewha Women's University. My academic background is a legal and the philosophy. And the science and the human rights are my interest, personal interest of research. So that's in line with the research and the interest of the Professor Mok Kwang-soo. So I would like to add more comments. After listening to Professor Mok Kwang-soo's presentation, as far as I understand, AI guideline or some sort of guideline based on AI created by lots of countries are suggested as a ethical standards. But then the guidelines or laws and regulations are usually state-led initiative. And based on that professionalism, these are implemented. So meaning that AI experts' point of view and the public's point of view are quite different, which I believe Professor Mok feels regretful. So he just claimed that we need some kind of education for the general public to narrow that gap. What I want to add on top of that is that I agree with his opinion in general, but You mentioned that it is a ethical perspective. What is hidden, I believe, is maybe some people have their ethical opinions in their mind, and I think it's called hidden because they don't expressively express. And then everyone has a different opinions about the big data and the AI, and some people can accept others' opinions and some people's are. And that can cause some social cost, and that disable the harmony in our society. And to improve that, we need the ethical attitude. And that should not start from your own creation of your own ethical opinions. It has to start from your colleagues, your community, or those who are actually developing the standards. And Professor Mok just talked about the way of the training and the format of the discussion. So if you think of this issue, this shouldn't end in the individual's perspective. It has to include the person on the other side of you, or the person who has an opposite opinion to your idea. So sometimes you want to have some kind of opinion through training. That may not be ideal. So it's important to realize that different people have different opinions and to coexist in the society. You may need to yield sometimes, or you may have to embrace other opinions. And I believe that is the right and ideal attitude in the AI era. And these are sometimes not 100% conflicting. According to our constitution or the human history, it has been established the common sense, like a violation of human rights or other values are universal. So we first have to admit that there are different opinions, and that's how we can start to have some sort of ethical attitude. And I believe that's what Professor Mok firmly believed, that we need to systemize this. And this is not the guideline by the experts. Any capable or eligible public can look into the system and review how the AI is designed, and they can somehow have some kind of impact onto this system. And that's what I wanted to add on top of what Dr. Mok mentioned. Dr. Hwang also had an interesting presentation. L-Box is the invention by Dr. Hwang. And I believe in the legal domain, they are widely using with a great feedback. However, among the audience, maybe you may have some misunderstanding. So his invention is widely used, but it doesn't mean that can lead all the way to the legal decision. To reach the legal decision, there are lots of obstacles and hurdles, and sometimes that is not ideal by AI, because AI only went through the training based on the existing cases. As you are well aware, the adultery was a controversy for a very long time, and adoption was a very controversy in the constitutional context. So if we analyze the past cases, we could see changes in our society or changes in our awareness, and these changes can have a significant impact on our opinions. But sometimes this AI can somehow give you a biased opinion based on the previous records of history. So we need, so there's a difference between the human and the AI. While human can create some kind of creative ideas, and while AI only learned from the previous cases. But it can be still very efficient by using Dr. Huang's inbox, considering the cost and effort we've had in the legal domain in the past. Next, the natural language process is very important. It's because you are in the court case and trial. They're very curious about how this will be dealt with or what the judge will think. But, you know, the bar exam in the US may be easy for GPT because their language is very sophisticated and it's well designed. However, if you talk to your lawyers, sometimes your regular conversation may be like 80% of your conversation are meaningless in terms of a legal context. And that is why the natural language program is very important to filter that. And it's not an easy process. So once again, regarding natural language model, there are lots of layers and the levels. So even though the GPT passed the bar exam, it doesn't mean that the AI can deal with any legal issues. I just want to make sure that nobody gets the wrong idea from his presentation. He mentioned about IROC framework too, and this is the way of reasoning method in North America, and the R is issue and R is rule. An important part is A. Once you have a case and based on that rule, you can adjust the legal dispute. And sometimes rules can change in the course of that. And without AI's a proper alternation, IROC framework is not going to become successful. Therefore, I believe it's important to consider application from IROC. And that wraps up my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we had 4 speakers and 2 panelists. And we had the theme of data in future society, future of big data and AI technology. We discussed AI in a more comprehensive manner in this session, and we focused on the future with the technological development on top of ethical issues. So not only here, but also globally, I believe that there is an active discussion on this matter, and everyone knows that. So the current situation facing us can be found in diverse problems and issues we discussed, and ethical issues and technological development should be balanced. And this will determine the success of our future. And this is the end of session number 4. Thank you.
That was an excellent opportunity to share insights, and I would like to appreciate all the speakers and the panels, as well as the chair. You may go back to the seat, and we just wrapped up session 4. We started the keynote session from yesterday's morning, and we just finished the session 4. For 2 days, we had a total of 5 sessions to cover. In those sessions, big data and AI could be utilized for the future of Seoul, and we had various presentations and the discussions. As we had a lot of experts and the professionals, it was a great opportunity. Right now, we are going to move on to the general discussion. We've had various topics and presentations throughout the 5 sessions. By big data and AI, In our keynote session, we were looking at a sustainable way to develop AI and big data with a great vision. And session one's topic was a data-driven administration, the era of the new opportunities and changes. Session 2 was under the topic of data-driven cities and urban life changed by big data. Data 3's topic was big data and innovation in public sectors, while big data and AI are utilized. And session 4 was under the topic of a data future society, future of a digital big data and AI technologies, which all can improve our lives. And I believe they have some role in a development context. And while suggesting a lot of suggestions, we can still utilize this great technology of AI and big data. Right now, we are finally starting our general discussion. I think the stage is ready. Now I would like to invite the chair and all the panelists. The chair is Director and the Professor Chun Jong-jun of the Urban Big Data and AI Institute of the University of Seoul. Panelists include Jo Hae-rim, the Research Fellow of the Seoul Institute, General Manager Ju Sung-hwan of Seoul Digital Foundation, Big Data Division Director Yoon Jung-sik of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, and Director Kim Gun-sik from the Statistics Korea. Let's welcome them with a big hand.
So now that we have everyone, the professor, please proceed with the discussion. Good afternoon. My name is Chun Jong-jun from University of Seoul. So for 2 days, we had many sessions, and we are going to summarize the presentations and go for the discussion here. So this is how we proceed. I will summarize each session briefly, and I will invite the panel from Seoul Metropolitan Government, followed by the Seoul Institute, Seoul Digital Foundation, and Statistics Korea. And let me briefly summarize each and every session. And in the keynote session, so we talked about the model and data for the required for model training. And Mr. Ilya talked about blockchain, and Professor Wei Jae-soo talked about data ownership and how we can distribute the value. And Mr. Kim from Naver, how this kind of AI service could further develop in other countries outside Korea, and what kind of ecosystem we need. And in session 1, we talked about data and public administration, and Professor Kim Hyun-sung talked about the evolution of e-government. And we also talked about the public administration training and the development direction. And this artificial intelligence will be utilized for smart city, and we also heard some foreign cases in session number 2. And we looked at the urban migration data and living populations data. So AI and big data are being very helpful to predict the future of urban life. And in session number 3, so we looked at the real-time big data analysis, and from the Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs, the presentation covered identification of a welfare blind spot, and Statistics Korea talked about AI-driven statistical classification. And we also heard a global perspective. which is about the demand for responsible AI, and we need a customized development for responsible AI. And in the previous session 4, we looked at the virtue-based ethics model and how AI is applied in the legal domain. And on top of that, we also looked at digital AI cases and not a simple application of AI. And to make a more practical case, we need to analyze the work process, and the AI should be mounted on the process to be more practical. So let me invite Mr. Yoon first. My name is Yoon Chung-sik from Seoul Metropolitan Government, and we run nighttime bus in Seoul City to ensure convenience of the Seoul citizens based on data analysis. And we provide data to the citizens directly so that they can utilize it. And we have been making efforts to create a proper ecosystem. And this year, following the Itaewon incident, we wanted to provide real-time data to the citizens so that we can prevent disasters. And real-time data was provided this year, and we have a private and public convergence data. So there is a private data and public data, and we try to converge them to look at the migration and finance and logistics in daily lives. And citizens could use the data for the research purpose. And after COVID-19, the data we provided was utilized in research papers, and at Big Data Forum, the migration and the changes in the living population were utilized and presented here. So I realized that we need to further widen the scope of data we provide so that we can make people's lives even more convenient. And this year, we look at the commuting data and financial concerns for the youth. So these are the target of in-depth analysis this year. So we would like to complement such data so that we can use them for public administration. And starting next year, based on the fast-changing technologies, including AI, we will look at the value of big data and how we can distribute value to the public. And for your information, Seoul Metropolitan Government has a big data campus in Sangam-dong area, and we have some data we cannot provide through Open Data Plaza, but we share the data with the researchers at Big Data Campus. So even though it is a limited scope, you can utilize the data on the campus as well. And for graduate students and for college students, we run a fellowship. So we would like to provide an environment for their research, and we sometimes fund their research. And I believe that the private sector could play other roles we cannot play. And if we can complement our roles, we can enhance the efficiency of a public administration, and we can enhance the quality of life for Seoul citizens. And I would like to thank all the guests who are here until the end of the session. And next year, the Seoul Institute will be the executive host, and we will come back with a new topic, and we will identify the project which garners high interest, and we will collect foreign cases which will be shared at the forum. So I would like to thank the host organizations and participants. And Statistics Korea joined us as a special organization, special host. So let me thank all the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Chu Hae-rim from Seoul Institute. It's still very new for me to introduce myself from a Seoul Institute. We have a Seoul Institute of Technology, but last November, actually a month ago, we merged with the Seoul Institute. So it is still new that I'm introducing myself as a member of a Seoul Institute. As a member of a Seoul Institute of Technology, we hosted the very first Seoul Big Data Forum in 2019, and it has been 5th year. Right now, University of Seoul hosted this event for the second time. After 5 years, I realized that the scale of this forum has enlarged in topic, in size. We have various topics to cover, and we have lots of participants to discuss various topics, and I feel grateful for this. Also, as a director mentioned, my institute will host the forum for the second time. I've looked at all topics of the presentations, and that were very interesting. Those were very interesting. Existing Big Data Forum focused on the utilization of a big data, importance of a big data, and how we can establish the big data while developing it with some future directions. But recently, we more talked about the convergence between big data and AI. So how to introduce AI and some case studies and the requirements and the establishment ecosystem of AI or things to improve were also covered this year's forum. Last but not least, we also talked about the ethical issues of introducing AI to various domain, and it was interesting that we also covered the legal domain today. And I am sure that these presentations give you lots of insight. Not only at Big Data Forum, maybe we have to change that name like a Big Data AI Forum. Also, biggest keyword was generative AI at this year's forum. For last year, ChatGPT was a mega hit in our society. And ChatGPT and any other generative AI were on the spotlight. And as cell phones settled in our daily lives, generative AI, including ChatGPT, changed a lot in our society and in our daily lives. But it has become another important item for our life, just like the cell phone. So through this year's forum, I also realized that all these organizers are highly interested in the AI and big data, and the way they are dealing with is that they became more of an expert in details. For example, University of Seoul had the project ELK. This was my second time to hear about Project ELK, and that was very interesting. And Seoul Digital Foundation carried out what they do with the training right after the emergence of ChatGPT. And they quickly embraced the changes of our society. Seoul Institute at my organization continued our research regarding big data and AI. We've been doing big data related research in various social index, but recently, after the merge of our institutes, we have a digital urban research department at my institute. We do conduct a lot of research that can be applied to the Seoul's administration. And you've heard the presentation about Dasan Call Center. And we've just heard about the contactless civil petition services by Dr. Kim Hae-jin. And all digitalization and other digital system to prevent any sexual crimes were also the topic to cover. So by looking at all these topics, I realized that we've been interested in any tips for Seoul's urban policy by utilizing big data and AI. I am sure that that goes the same to all the co-organizers here with me. And we also have some overseas guests, and I believe this goes to the same to everyone. And some interesting presentations by Seoul Metropolitan Government include that the Seoul has a massive amount of data. And after the initial processing, you go into a partnership with the private companies, and depends on the civil needs. Those data were processed the second time and the third time, and it was widely used for the Seoul citizens. So thanks to this big volume of Seoul's data, I am more excited to find the ways to change citizens' lives. And I believe that is a common concern among all these co-organizers. And through big data, we need to create some values for better urban life. And the most efficient way will be maybe the topic next year, at the next year's forum hosted by my institute. Maybe examples can include digital urban policies. Like my research team is very new to the institute. And we usually have a technology-based research at our institute. And I believe we will expand our research and maybe like problem-based research will be a very common, so we can provide some technological support. And sometimes we are seeing the fast development of the technologies, and then maybe by looking at that fast changing technologies, we can come up with some tips and ideas or answers for any urban issues. And we can somehow suggest the policy by conducting the research to the Seoul Metropolitan Government. And I believe that the Seoul digital officers are keenly interested in the convergence of a big data and AI, and I'm sure that Seoul is taking the lead. But based on that enormous amount of data, you can enhance the quality of the Seoul data, and I believe almost all departments of the Seoul Metropolitan Government should work together by equipping themselves with the AI and big data related capability. So mutually, interdepartmental efforts are probably needed at Seoul Metropolitan Government. And along the way, we will suggest some research and methodology to Seoul Metropolitan Government so that we can make this journey more efficient. And through our collaboration among these co-organizers, I hope we can reach our goal as soon as possible. And I call upon keen interest and participation from you to support all these organizers. Seoul Institute supports the Seoul's innovation vision based on AI and big data, and we are going to exert ourselves to provide a technological support. Thank you very much, and that wraps up my comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Chu Sung-hwan from Seoul Digital Foundation. I was the chair for the last session, and we had many discussions for the past 2 days, so I don't want to add another point. And my foundation was the executive host last year, and this year we had more abundant program this year, qualitatively and quantitatively. So let me thank the University of Seoul and especially Professor Chun Jong-jun. So we keep talking about artificial intelligence. It was inevitable. And we covered AI comprehensively in session number 4. And with the Air Force, we signed an MOU. So why do we sign an AI MOU with the Air Force? The military needs to adopt AI. There is the clear need. So I'm not so sure whether we have students here. And in the Air Force, they have a AI division, and they have 20 AI developers. They are students who are serving in the military. So you can apply for those jobs when you have to fulfill your military service. And Seoul Digital Foundation has various contact points with civil servants and government agencies. We provide multiple trainings and we provide policy support. And for public corporations, we have been training them. And this year, what I feel is that there has been a spike in demand for AI recently. What is regrettable is that it is still unknown how to adopt AI and how can we implement AI technically. So that is why we conducted a survey for 500 Seoul City civil servants. And we have been hosting this forum for 5 years, and compared to the first forum, big data utilization has been growing in the public sector. So you can see the trend even in policy, not only at this forum and other academic seminars. And I believe that the same goes for AI. We are highly interested in AI, but we don't know how to utilize and how to tap into AI. So now we see high interest, and next year in public sector and in public administration, we can discuss how we can implement AI in a systematic manner and in a governance manner. So we can share some outcomes of those activities next year. Seoul Digital Foundation is working with Seoul Metropolitan Government to build a basic plan for AI, and it includes concerns over the application of AI in public administration. We wanted to release that in the latter half of this year, but it is postponed to the first half of next year. And when you see the basic plan, I believe that it could be benchmarked in the public sector. So I ask for your interest, and I wish another fruitful forum next year. Thank you.
Hello, I am from Statistics Korea as a special organizer. My name is Kim Gun-sik. I'm involved in the big data and statistics in my division, and it was very meaningful and gave me great implications after listening to all these wonderful presentations. I've prepared a lot, but all of these guests said great words, so I just quickly overview and share with what Statistics Korea does right now. Through this 2-day forum, we realized that we live in the big data and AI era, and under the big motto of a Seoul innovation, and under this motto, we've touched upon various cases and what we should do to reach that great motto in our discourse, and that was very useful. In particular, accuracy and the quality of data were highlighted. And here I want to introduce my organization. Digital platform government is this government's motto, and the public data are widely open to create various opportunities in many fields, and we have a lot of tasks to do so. I'm sure you're aware of that. So according to that direction, we have a registry department and the micro data department are providing various information. What we should be proud of is that the safety and the stability of our statistics or data, so that can be used for any organizations or any individuals in order to create the added value. And through this forum, I believe you've heard a lot of benefits coming from big data and AI, but at the same time, there are a lot of side effects. And recently, you can read the news, like according to OECD, within 10 years, maybe 20–30% of the existing jobs will be gone because of AI. And regarding replacement of a human being, AI is a hot potato to be discussed. And hallucination is another issue coming from generative AI. It seems real, but it can have some manipulated part of our life. So we have to be cautious about these facts of AI, which requires more of our discussion. Also, we have some sex discrimination or any ethical issues were mentioned in some presentations, and I believe you conducted a lot of discussion, and we still have more discussions, and I believe that the Seoul Institute will have a wonderful hosting of the next year's forum. So at next year's forum, I want to suggest some for the next year's forum. We have some considerations and concerns regarding big data and AI, and I believe that we have some research regarding to those issues, and I hope to see some status of these data to cover the side effect of a big data and AI. Along with big data, AI are like two sides, a flipping of the coin. And we are living in the strong protection era of a strong protection of privacy. We have to consider the scale of economy and economy of scale, and we have to consider there are lots of values that we can find from the AI's benefits and the big data's benefits, and I would like to see some introduction next year. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to make my final comments, which will be very short. We've had a great suggestion, feedback, introduction of new technologies. I think we had a great time for the last 2 days, and based on these technologies, if we can apply and implement these technologies for the public administration, we will have a trial and error. Sometimes, like during the daytime, we have some benefits, but at nighttime, we may have some failures, like a failure of privacy protection. But what makes us get going? That is probably the e-government. Why do we have to make our government in electronic perspective? And that's in line with the values we pursue. And we have to think about what values we go along with and we are moving towards. And some kind of ecosystem needs to be established, and which we heard from many of the presentation in each sessions. Data sovereignty and all the benefits coming from the big data were the topic, and all these topics were, at the end of the day, were for the better life of the citizens. And now I would like to lastly thank the panelists for a great contribution, and all those audiences, thank you very much to be with us all the way to the end. And in 2024, I hope to see you again. That wraps up our general discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor John, for moderating the discussion. And let me also thank our panelists who are Cho Hae-rim from the Seoul Institute and General Manager Chu from Seoul Digital Foundation, and Division Director Yoon from Seoul Metropolitan Government, and Director Kim from Statistics Korea. You may return to your seats. This is the official end of 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum. For the past 2 days, we have had 5 sessions in total, and with renowned experts, we had in-depth discussion and presentation to enhance the urban services of Seoul City. So I would like to thank all the participants who have been here for the past 2 days despite busy schedule. So I would like to thank your interest and participation, and let me thank all of the online participants who are here until the end of the program. And this is the end of the 2023 Seoul Big Data Forum. We will come back with more in-depth topics next year. Thank you.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Seoul Institute. Its roots date back to the fall of 1992. Seoul Development Institute, now renamed as the Seoul Institute, is a policy research organization. From the 1990s, continuously providing policy direction, Seoul Institute has positioned itself as a think tank of Seoul. During the 2000s, in the midst of rapid changes, Seoul Institute contributed to the competitiveness of Seoul as a capital city with its proactive research and policy development. In the 2010s, the Seoul Institute spearheaded the innovation of Seoul as it evolved into an open research platform. Now, in the 2020s, as a companion to the Seoul metropolitan government, the Seoul Institute is outlining the philosophy and the vision for the future based on its 30 years experience. Throughout the last 30 years, over 4,000 research projects have been carried out. In keeping up with the growth of the city itself, the Seoul Institute has expanded its research areas, building a research framework that well responds to the emerging issues. Making use of its experience as a comprehensive research institute, the Seoul Institute has led integrated research projects, planting itself as a policy knowledge-sharing platform. Demographic changes, digital transformation, climate change, infectious diseases. Standing before the uncertainties of the future, the pending issues of Seoul is calling for immediate yet complex solutions. As the city's think tank of 30 years, the role of the Seoul Institute is more crucial today than ever before. And now, the Seoul Institute is set to take on new challenges. For a stronger megacity Seoul, for a better quality of life in an age of new values, through research to transform Seoul's spatial and social systems, the Seoul Institute presents a vision for the future of Seoul.
지금과는 완전히 다를 미래 서울이 펼쳐질 것입니다. 도전적이고 실험적인 연구로 바뀐 세상에 대응해 나가는 대한민국을 넘어 세계를 리드하는 서울연구원의 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
Caring for Seoul, shaping a brighter future. The Seoul Institute.
The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation is creating a sustainable tomorrow all citizens can enjoy equal digital world, striving to make Seoul a city for charmed city companions. First strategy towards Smart City Seoul. Research and analyze digital policies together with experts. Seoul Digital Foundation is carrying out policy studies on digital transformation, inclusion, and future issues. Seoul Digital Foundation is helping decision-making process of Seoul City based on data analysis and analyzes latest trends of AI and big data technologies for cities' innovation. It also provides data administration courses for officers in public institutions to deliver innovative public services, and supports all citizens to receive big data education through EduTech Campus. Second, comprehensive digital inclusion support to close the digital gap between generations. SDF realizes smart and inclusive Seoul without any discrimination through Anywhere Support Group, our representative education program. It provides customized education toward gap settlement for digitally vulnerable groups. And SDF provides a number of citizen interactive public services with humanoid robots. Third, create ecosystem for Smart City Seoul and enhance global competitiveness of the city. SDF is operating Seoul Smart City Center for Smart City Seoul, a hub for creating innovative businesses through solution development using digital technologies and networks between cities. SDF enhances the global city competitiveness of Smart City Seoul. It also participates in significant international events for Smart City sector, supporting businesses to enter global market. Fourth, SDF designs and improves smart city services all citizens can enjoy equal digital world. A whole new world of the city. SDF promotes a culture of ethics for safe and sound use of Metaverse Seoul and develops various contents such as Meta Seoul Pet to spread the citizen activation of the platform. Finally, SDF implements services for the socially disadvantaged groups by building in augmented reality in civil infrastructure. Seoul Digital Foundation will continue to take the lead in creating the global future city, Seoul. The hub for digital transformation, Seoul Digital Foundation.
본 영상의 음성은 AI 우세훈 서울시장 목소리로 제작되었습니다. 목소리가 어색해도 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 안녕하세요. 서울시장 오세훈입니다. 서울의 신대륙 메타버스 서울 영상 잘 보셨나요? 화면에 보이는 달걀이 무엇인지 아시나요? 여러분은 누구도 쉽게 해내지 못하는 상황에서 발상의 전환을 통해 달걀을 깨뜨려서 세운 콜럼버스의 달걀 이야기를 알고 계실 것입니다. 공공이 하기엔 불가능하다는 생각, 그 고정관념을 깨지 않으면 세울 수 없습니다. 서울시가 퍼스트 무버로서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스인 메타버스 서울을 시작하였습니다. 메타버스 서울은 시민이 만들어나가는 미래도시, 부가가치를 창출하는 기회도시, 모든 시민이 즐겨 찾는 서울시 대표 소통 채널 이 세 가지를 목표로 서울의 신대륙을 만들고자 합니다. 그리고 메타버스 서울을 통해 자유, 동행, 연결의 핵심 가치를 실현하고자 합니다. 백문이 불여일견이라고 직접 메타버스 서울을 둘러보시겠습니다. 이곳은 시민들이 메타버스 서울 저작 도구를 이용하여 직접 만든 작품들을 공유할 수 있는 전시 공간입니다. 2023년 메타버스 서울 공모전을 진행할 예정이니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다.
시장님, 회의 참석할 시간입니다. 회의실로 이동하시죠.
네, 벌써 그렇게 되었군요. 그럼 회의에 참석하기 위해 회의실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 모두 모이셨으니 회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 착수부고의 발표를 맡게 된 이서울 과장입니다.
여러 참석자들이 한 곳에 모이지 않고도 프리젠테이션 자료를 공유하고 채팅이나 음성 또는 화상 등으로 의견을 나누며 회의를 진행할 수 있습니다. 실내 회의실뿐만 아니라 창의적인 아이디어가 샘솟을 수 있는 편안한 분위기에 해저나 숲속 등 자연 속 회의실도 마련되어 있습니다. 이제 회의가 끝났으니 세무 서비스를 제공하는 텍스스퀘어로 이동해 볼까요? 텍스스퀘어는 말 그대로 세무 관련 서비스를 받는 곳입니다. 바쁜 일정으로 내야 할 세금을 놓쳐서 연체료를 내는 경우가 있는데요. 간단히 챗봇을 통해 1월에 내야 할 세금이 무엇인지 찾아보겠습니다. 챗봇에서 자동차세를 연납할 수 있다고 하는군요. 이번엔 구체적으로 제가 내야 할 금액을 지방세 정보 메뉴에서 시뮬레이션 해보겠습니다. 자동차세 14만 4,690원을 납부해야 한다고 하네요. 이 외에도 3개의 층으로 이루어진 텍스스퀘어 여러 공간에서 자동차세, 부동산 취득세, 재산세 등 다양한 세금 정보를 확인하실 수 있습니다. 그럼 이번에는 저희 메타버스 서울에서 운영하는 기업 지원 서비스를 만나보러 가보겠습니다. 먼저 핀테크랩으로 가보실까요? 이제는 여의도에 위치한 서울 핀테크랩을 직접 방문하지 않고도 메타버스 서울 안에서 만나볼 수 있습니다. 실제 입주기업의 홍보부스가 어떻게 보여지는지 방문해 보겠습니다. 이곳 키오스크를 통해 원하는 기업의 홍보부스로 이동할 수 있습니다. 금융투자 관련 업체인 부엔카미노라는 기업의 부스를 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 기업 대표님이 외국인 방문객과 상담을 하고 있는데요. 저희 메타버스 서울 내의 모든 채팅 서비스는 외국어 번역 기능을 탑재하고 있어 외국인들과도 불편 없이 소통할 수 있습니다. 이외에도 서울시 기업들을 위해 운영 중인 기업지원센터도 잠시 둘러보도록 하겠습니다. 이곳에서는 오프라인 기업지원센터에 직접 방문하지 않고도 경영, 창업, 법률, 인사 등 희망하는 분야의 전문가와 문자, 음성, 화상, 채팅 및 자료화면 공유를 통해 실시간 상담을 받을 수 있습니다. 그동안 예비 창업자들이나 자문을 받고 싶어 했던 사람들도 메타버스를 통해서 손쉽게 멘토들에게 다가갈 수 있어 편리해졌습니다. 예전에는 발로 뛰어다녔는데 이제는 손가락만 움직이면 전문가 멘토들을 만날 수 있습니다. 한편 메타버스 서울에서는 청소년들이 편하게 이용할 수 있는 아바타 가상상담실을 운영하고 있습니다. 제가 직접 멘토가 되어 상담실로 들어가 보겠습니다. 어린 왕자 방에 들어오니 제가 어린 왕자가 되었네요. 이곳 아바타 가상상담실의 멘토는 꿀벌이나 어린 왕자 모습의 아바타로 등장하여 청소년들의 멘토링을 위한 서울런 멘토 멘티 상담 서비스를 제공합니다. 저기 사마겨우님이 들어오네요. 사마겨우님 환영합니다.
저는 아이돌이 되고 싶은데 엄마는 공부나 열심히 하라고 해요.
네, 사마겨우님은 아이돌이 되고 싶군요. 아이돌이 되고 싶은 사마겨우님을 만나보았습니다. 대면 상담의 부담을 느낄 수 있는 청소년들이 정서적으로 편안하게 상담할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 다음으로 민원실로 이동해 보겠습니다. 이곳 민원실에서는 120 민원 채팅 상담을 통해 기존의 음성 상담만 진행하여 발생하던 상담 사각지대를 해소하고 좀 더 쉽고 편리하게 접근이 가능하도록 운영하고 있습니다. 주민등록등본 등 7종의 행정서류도 서울지갑 앱과 연계되어 쉽게 발급받을 수 있습니다. 그러나 향후 디지털 플랫폼 정보가 실현되면 이런 행정서류를 시민들이 일일이 발급 신청해야 하는 수고도 없어질 것입니다. 여러분 혹시 서울의 명소가 어디인지 아십니까? 시민들이 뽑은 서울시의 명소 10곳을 이곳 메타버스 서울에서 만나볼 수 있는데 잠시 들렀다 갈까요? 이곳에서는 서울을 직접 방문하기 힘든 외국인들이 광화문, DDP, 한옥마을 등 서울의 10대 관광 명소를 360도 실사 영상 기반으로 탐방할 수 있습니다. 외국인들도 방문할 수 있도록 명소에 대한 영문 정보도 제공하고 있습니다. 더 나아가 올해는 외국인의 언어 설정에 맞춘 음성 안내 서비스까지 확대할 예정입니다. 자연경관을 보며 휴식을 취했으니 이제 마지막으로 서울광장으로 돌아가 보겠습니다. 이곳 책 읽는 서울광장에서는 서울시에서 발간한 전자책을 읽을 수 있습니다. 광장을 방문하신 분과 잠깐 대화를 나눠보겠습니다. 이 시민분께서는 메타버스 서울의 서울광장에서 즐길 수 있는 계절별 게임을 좋아한다고 하시네요. 지금까지 간단히 메타버스 서울을 소개해드렸는데요. 메타버스 서울은 처음 시작할 때부터 세계 많은 기관들의 관심을 받아왔고 세계도시 최초로 가상공간에서 새로운 개념의 공공서비스를 추진한 것이 높이 평가받아 타임지 2022년도 최고의 발명에 선정되기도 하였습니다. 지금까지 보여드린 메타버스 서울은 시작에 불과합니다. 현재까지는 공공 메타버스 플랫폼의 기반을 마련하는 도입의 단계였고 앞으로는 계속해서 시민이 직접 참여하고 체험할 수 있는 서비스로 발전시켜 나가겠습니다. 메타버스 서울 안에서 시민과 동행하며 매력 있는 서울특별시를 만들어 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
To resolve urban issues that become more and more diverse and complicated, such as low birth rate, population aging, climate change, Industry 4.0, and COVID-19, Seoul has built a smart city infrastructure centering on convergence and linkage across latest technologies. Seoul has constructed its own municipal broadband networks to lay the foundation for the infrastructure of present-day Seoul as a smart city. We have constructed 5,048 kilometers of long citywide fiber optic broadband networks that connect district offices and community service centers for various administrative affairs, website operations, and intelligent CCTV services. We have installed more than 28,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots around Seoul to protect citizens' fundamental right to broadband and close the digital divide. In addition, we are building IoT networks in pursuit of people-oriented policies, such as smart mobility and safety services for the mobility impaired. On a closer look, there are small devices attached to smart CCTV systems installed across Seoul. These devices have sensors that gather 17 types of information, such as levels of particulate matter, de facto population, noise and illumination, helping real-time collection, distribution and analysis of data for more than 1,100 spots throughout Seoul. This information enables us to identify diverse urban phenomena and prepare data-based policies that enable people-oriented policies. Seoul collects data generated by various administrative information systems in its integrated big data storage and utilizes the gathered data in various ways. We operate Seoul Open Data Plaza to provide the public with data that is in high demand by citizens, while also operating a big data campus to foster future experts actively promoting public-private partnerships by expanding enterprise-linked big data governance and aiding data-based policy decision-making using big data analysis results.
서울시는 엄청나게 많은 데이터들이 매일 생산되고 그리고 그것들이 저장되고 있습니다. 이 저장된 데이터는 전문가 그룹과 이 부분에 대한 데이터를 이용할 수 있도록 제공도 하고 앱이나 웹 그리고 어떤 분석, 연구에 대해서 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 또 저희의 주요 시정 정책을 데이터를 이용해서 어떤 식으로 나아가야 될지에 대해서 분석하고 활용하는 데 이용하고 있습니다.
Seoul has introduced artificial intelligence, the key driver of Industry 4.0, to its municipal administration to promote innovation and e-governance. Seoul Talk is an AI-powered chatbot that automatically provides answers to citizens' inquiries about administrative information for Seoul, such as passport issuance, Narengi bike share program, and COVID-19. Seoul Talk also receives civil complaints, including reports of illegal parking, requests for disinfection and garbage collection, and offers reservation functions for public services, such as for public football fields and meeting rooms. Saroan is a video conference system that offers video conferencing services via PC or smartphone without any restriction of time and place. Its AI-powered minute logging system automatically converts speech to text. Seoul's sewage defect detection system uses AI technology to find faults in sewer pipes to manage the city's infrastructure. Compared to the existing methods of manually checking video footage of every sewer pipe with the naked eye, This system will increase work efficiency by processing large data in a short time and enable preemptive measures to prevent safety incidents. SMAP is a 3D map platform that integrates all spatial information across Seoul. It supports municipal administration by simulating various urban spatial information, such as housing, transportation, and environment, and provides information related to everyday life in Seoul, including for major tourist attractions, VR walking tours, and drone video footage of small alleys by virtually recreating topography, structures, indoor facilities, and underground spaces, just as in the real world, and recreating solar access, views, skylines, and wind paths. Since COVID-19, there has been an increase in cybersecurity risks with the rise in technology-mediated online services. S-Security is an administrative service designed to prevent security breaches for IT assets and infrastructure of Seoul, and protect citizens' personal data. To this end, Seoul is operating the Seoul Cybersecurity Center, a cybersecurity control tower, aiming to reinforce the cybersecurity control systems of all government institutions throughout the city and build an AI-integrated security control system designed to prevent data breaches and infringement of privacy, thereby establishing a safe and reliable data ecosystem.
서울의 스마트 도시 정책들은 따로따로 추진된 게 아닙니다. 서로 연결되고 공유되는 데서 혁신이 일어나고 또 그게 플랫폼의 성장으로 이어지는 구조가 중요한데요. 스마트 서울 플랫폼을 통해서 교통이나 환경 등 다양한 도시 문제를 빠르고 정확하게 해결하고 여성안심 기가, 아동 실종 방지, 이동약자 안전 서비스 등 시민의 일상에서 체감할 수 있을 정책들도 적극적으로 추진해 나가겠습니다.
Now, Seoul is recognized as a smart city that changes the lives of its citizens, going beyond being one of the best e-governments in the world. A city that continuously advances through strengthening urban competitiveness. A city that ensures the happiness of every citizen through solidarity with the disadvantaged. Meet Seoul.